If my body is a temple, then is eating pancakes a form of worship? If I had $1 for every woman that called me handsome, I'd have $1. Thanks, Grandma. I threw my toaster away because it kept burning my bread. I guess you could say that I'm lactose intolerant. I've decided to stop buying fat-free milk because personally I don't want to contribute to cows having body issues. The definition of an adult: someone who stopped growing at both ends and now grows only in the middle. These are just some thoughts I wanted to share. My name is KJ Osborne, and I want to welcome you, yes, you, to the show. Come on in. Get in here. Don't be shy. Good to see you. Hey guys, thank you so much for joining me. It's been a busy couple days over here on KJ's What Happened channel. I dropped a new video yesterday. We had a great live show last night. Thanks for joining. Had a great crowd. Got today's show, so we got a lot going on, man, and plenty to share, of course, for this past week. So thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great week. Hope you had a chance to check out the video and the show last night, too. Tamara, thank you, my friend, for being here. Always a pleasure to have you here, and good to see everybody else filling in. Good to see y'all. Gary, Rebecca, Dung, Christine, Real McCoy, Cher Bear, Stephanie Torres, Celia, Danielle. My goodness. Got a bunch of stars here tonight. John Hahaj, Light Sky, Mandroid. Good to see y'all. Okay, guys. So thanks again for being here. Hope everything's going well with you in your life. Hope you're staying strong in your faith and in your walk with the Lord. Most important thing we can do right now in these days. And you're not living in fear, right? We got our eyes up, as we were told to do in the Bible, praying to escape the things coming upon this earth. All right, you guys, so all that being said, let's go ahead and jump on in. Let's get started. Do you remember the Canadian wildfires they had? I guess it was last year, and they were claiming that's what was causing New York to turn orange. The sky turned orange in New York for like a couple days. It was pretty weird. They're blaming the wildfires for that. It's like, well, why doesn't that happen every time they have wildfires, and why isn't it happening now? Because it's not, as far as I know. But North America covered in smoke. Millions of Americans warned to stay inside amid heart attack or stroke warnings. Millions of Americans have been urged to stay indoors and close their windows as a thick, smoky haze blankets large parts of the U.S. The National Weather Service placed 12 states in the Midwest and Northeast under an orange air quality alert today. Okay, well, there's that. Warning outdoor exercise could cause coughing, eye irritation, or breathing problems. In northern Wisconsin, a red alert is also in effect, with officials urging everyone to remain indoors. They were issued after wildfire smoke blew across the border from Canada, which is experiencing its second worst fire season on record. Yeah, remember last year also when we had those fires and they actually were catching people out there that were starting them? Yeah. And then so you see that component going on, and then you have weather manipulation, and then they tell us it's climate change is the problem. We get it. Problem, reaction, solution. Why I got thrown out of Elon Musk's new Tesla only drive-in diner. Took this person 3 attempts to get inside the billionaire's new fast food restaurant in Hollywood. Have you guys seen this? I'm hoping there's crap. Wait, let's see. Man, this is one of those where it's going to make me log in. What site is this? It's Telegraph. All right, never mind then. There's some pictures I wanted to show you. But if you ever want to go check it out, check out that new Tesla restaurant. All set up for the final digital age. National Park Service announces it will restore or reinstate statue honoring Confederate General Albert Pike. And that, what do I got here? Where's the audio? Oh, here we go. It's like, where is that coming from? So yeah, if you didn't know, Albert Pike is a huge deal with the Masons. Huge deal. Morals and Dogma is it's a book that I've picked through throughout the years. Others have picked through. There's a lot there because Albert Pike was a really high-level Luciferian, and these are the people that they're not prophets; they're the ones that plan. They plan the things out. And Albert Pike is like a Masonic idol. Like he's a big deal in the lodge. And his statue got ripped down during all the madness there when they were tearing the statues down under the Biden administration. And Albert Pike Monument was set on fire during anti-racism protests following George Floyd situation. And looks like they're going to restore it. Okay. Makes sense to me. I mean, it makes sense to me. The restoration aligns with federal responsibilities under historic preservation law, blah, blah, blah. But they won't tell us the real reason. Yeah, he's a big deal. Big deal to these Masons. Albert Pike. Manly P. Hall's another good one to read. And always remembering not to fall in love with the knowledge. I've seen people fall in love with the knowledge of the occult and all that, and they start forgetting Jesus, This is nuts. There's been 396 quakes in the last 30 days, stronger than 5.0. This is a new record. This was just posted on the 4th. And here's some little markers to show you where all of them are. And I wish they had the Ring of Fire here too, because I'd like to see how these are lining up. That might be right on the Ring of Fire. It looks like a partial ring or a curve there. I don't know, but a lot of people watching the Ring of Fire, of course. Waiting to see how they're going to get set off. Multiple quakes. UFO, nope. Sky just blew a hole in itself. This is pretty weird. It's a good catch. It's a short one, but let's take a look here. I don't think there's any audio on this one.
Bro, look at these clouds. What is going on? What is that?
Look over there. There's a circle one that's the actual cloud. Yeah. It's like a missing puzzle piece or something.
What is going on here with these clouds?
That is weird.
Bro, look at these clouds. What is going on? What is that?
But look over there. There's a circle one that's the actual cloud. Yeah. It's like a missing puzzle piece or something.
What is going on here with these clouds? Bro, look at these clouds.
It's pretty interesting. Definitely have to wonder what it could be. But with all the engineering out there, who knows? Is it something supernatural or something created? Unitree just unleashed its new, and they even call it their hunter dog robot. Look at this. Every time I see these things, I know it may seem grim, but I can't help it. Just knowing what I know, this is the kind of stuff they're going to be using during the trib, hunting people down. Like right now, it's all cool, right? Just in case, I'll mute it. That's not terrifying. Nice. Just come crashing in through the back door. Look at this thing. Really is amazing how advanced the stuff. Look at this. How advanced these things are getting. More and more. Quickly, too. It's like every few weeks I'm finding new videos on robots advancing. Look at this thing. Imagine that thing chasing you down. I've mentioned it before. There's it's one of the scariest, to me, one of the scarier episodes of Black Mirror, the TV series, and it's about that. It's like a little robot type dog thing. I think some people are stealing something, or they're in a factory, and then all of a sudden one of these little dogs in the TV show gets triggered, and it is unstoppable. They're relentless, they're unstoppable, they're deadly. Some of you may have seen that episode. It's like, flying through the air and crashing through people's windows into their cars and stuff. I mean, it can take your life in a few different ways. Maybe there'd be stuff like that right there. There you go. Oh, it's so cute. That'd probably be fun to play with. Oh, look at that. 3D perception. A hunter. Yep. The hunter. So there you go, man. The future is now. There's this, you may have heard of this girl, and she became internet famous several years ago. Her name was Lil Tay, Liltay, Lil Tay. And she was this little teenage girl. I'll see if they show some of the old videos or anything. She was this little teenage girl. She's grown up now, but there she is. You know, she would do stuff like this, like flashing cash, talking about how rich she was and what a big life she had. And she was like 13 years old when she was doing this. And she ended up getting really popular for it. See, it says, I be counting hundreds till my fingers blue. You know, stuff like this. Anyway, that was several years ago. Here's the update. That's how it started. Lil Tay, who recently turned 18, claimed to have broken records by earning nearly $1 million on OnlyFans in 3 hours. Lil Tay, the social media star who's been dubbed the youngest flexer of the century, claims to have made nearly $1 million in 3 hours after opening an account on OnlyFans. She told her 2.3 million followers about the launch and that the content was made just after her 18th birthday on July 29th. 1 million in 3 hours. We broke the F out of that OnlyFans record. Come see content I took of myself on my 18th birthday at 12:01. Goodness. Only available for 24 hours. And there's the totals. Look at that. $1 million. That's crazy. She celebrated her achievement with a video posted on August 3rd that said 1 million in a couple hours. I'm still the youngest one doing it for all the grown-ass haters who've been hating since I was 9 years old. Look at me now. Oh, I guess she was younger than 13. In the video, she included a snapshot claimed to indicate platform earnings, blah, blah, blah. There she is now. And there you go. Lil Tay, still at it. Still chasing that dollar. Still stuck in the world. Pam Bondi launches grand jury probe into Obama-era Russian investigation. That's good. It'll be interesting to see what happens with all this, if anything. Attorney General Pam Bondi directed federal prosecutors to launch a grand jury investigation into allegations that members of the Obama administration manipulated intelligence about Russia's 2016 election, according to a source familiar with the matter. The Pam Bondi Obama-Russian investigation stems from a referral by Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. She's been doing real good, I think, lately. Who in July declassified documents that allegedly challenged the official narrative. Gabbard contends that top Obama officials fabricated evidence to implicate then-candidate Donald Trump in collusion with the Russian government, charges that dominated media coverage during the 2016 campaign and beyond. I know. Man, we were so hammered over the head with that stuff, weren't we? Over and over and over again. And that was part of that imprinting. That's why there's people who will, chase people down if they see them just wearing a MAGA hat or something. It's crazy. Then there's this. Trump calls for federal takeover of Washington, D.C. amid out-of-control violent crime. He says local officials have lost control of, quote, youths. They're committing brutal attacks without consequences, and the law must be changed to allow prosecution of offenders as young as 14. If this continues, Trump warns he'll exert powers and federalize the city. So that's what he's talking about here, is federalizing the police out there. Crime in D.C. is totally out of control. Local youths and gang members, some only 14, 15, and 16. Yeah, we get it. All right, good. I don't know. I mean, what do you think? It has gotten horrible out there. Do any of you out there live in the area, live in Washington, D.C.? Could you tell us firsthand what it's like out there now to live? Let me see. Oh, put this over on Monday's show. All right, move on. One of those stories. Man, I've got a lot of stuff from Monday's show this week, I'm telling you. I mean, and some really cool ones for Monday. Interesting stories. So I'm just saying, come check it out. We have a great show there on Mondays. HARP, which is a H with a 2 A's, RP, is on full display in Australia. And this guy says, I don't care what people have to say. This is not normal. And underneath the note says, these are altocumulus undulatus clouds. All right, well, let's see. You decide.
It's beautiful I've ever seen. But what's going on right now? Like, what is this?
Really, though? How do those get made?
There's a start point, like here. And it's just like a ripple effect that is just scattered
Seriously, that is
throughout
not
the
normal.
whole of Brisbane, going that way. If you're seeing this video on the same day, Thursday, when this video goes out, post your picture in the comment section, because I want to see what it looks like when the sun's setting. Because this looks mad right now. This looks fucking crazy, right? I've just never seen the light. There's even some shading going on. Look at the shading on the ripple effect. I know there's something going on, but I'm fucking here for it, bro. Like, fucking, look at this picture. Oh yeah, man, I'm here for it. It looks.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. I don't know if I've ever seen that myself. Have you? I've never seen the clouds do that. I have, though, seen some weird cloud formations. I actually put a video up over on my Instagram. My Instagram's called The Scariest Movie Ever. It's still the same. Somebody in chat earlier, I saw them asking before the show if anybody used to follow The Scariest Movie Ever. So that you may not know, but that's actually me. I am The Scariest Movie Ever. I thought about putting something on my This KJ's What Happened YouTube channel about it, like saying formerly The Scariest Movie. But, you know, man, you got to fly under the radar as best you can. And they already took that channel down. And for all I know, they've got a list of the channels to watch out for. And, you know, who knows? So I don't put it in on anything on my KJ's What Happened. I keep this totally separate. And I think that's how I was able to maintain, like, my other things outside of YouTube by not calling everything The Scariest Movie Ever, you know, so... but no, I am the OG, original Scariest Movie Ever guy. I've made 2 movies online, not like big productions, but movies online. Scariest Movie Ever movies. So yes, you're in the right place, my friend. Welcome. Good to see you. I'm still at it. I had to go away for a while from YouTube, but I've got years worth of videos so many of you had never even seen that are over on Rumble and BitChute, and both of those... it's under KJOZBORNE, so please check that out if you'd like to see some old school videos you had no idea I've been making, because I never stopped. I've always been creating for years, just not on the same places. It says, these kids deserve an endless summer vacation. Something is healing in my soul knowing that children are still doing stuff like this. I love it. So here's a nice little doom break. It's good seeing the children out there, not on, you know, freaking screen, you know, and out there seeing the world, or outside world, I mean.
I'm Isaac, and we're the Adventure Boys.
And today we're riding... I'm Justin.
I'm Joe. I'm Isaac, and we're the Adventure Boys.
And today we're riding longboards. We're going to go to Dairy Queen and eat, and then we're going to go to the creek and go fishing. All right, guys, we made it. We're going to go order some food. All right, guys, Isaac got a flamethrower. Me and Joe are going to share this bacon, ranch, and cheese. And we got cheese curds. And I got one shake and I got a drink. Oh my, guys, we just made it. And it's overflowed a lot. Look at that current, guys. This is where we stand at. This is where we stood out last time to film our video. Whenever we caught the creek, so we're standing right here. Look how the current's so good. Guys, it just rained all day, so it's really flooded. And this is where we usually stand to fish. We fish right into there. And it's really overflowed. So we're gonna go swimming today and fishing. All right, guys, we made it. Our spot is like really, really deep right now, and we're gonna go up to that spot over there and jump off a tree into the water if it's deep enough. All right, let's swim. I got you gonna go for a swim.
Cinder!
I can literally die. I can literally die.
Cinder!
Oh no, Isaac's drowned. No! Oh my gosh, guys! Isaac's drowned.
Oh my God!
It's so deep. And the current's so strong.
Oh my God! Cinder! 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 Cinder!
They're about to jump off of a tree. Go, Joe. Oh, it's good. Justin's turn. All right, guys. Now we're just ending off the video, and we're riding longboards. See you guys in the next one.
Yes. 3 cheers for the Adventure Boys. That was their name, right? The Adventure Boys. Man, I love seeing that. That's the way to do it. It's the way we did it. It's the way I grew up, too. I didn't have constant parental supervision. We'd meet up with our little friends in the neighborhood and just go have adventures, man. You know? So much fun. Good stuff, Adventure Boys. You're doing it right. Love it. Tsunami, powerful tsunami. Kamchatka. I'm not sure where that... Oh, Russia. After the 8.8. So, you know, we had the 8.8 out there on July 30th. And take a look at... this is crazy how fast it comes up. Look at this. It's easy for him to say.
Ё-моё! Волны цунами.
Look at that. That's fast. Boom. Almost got puppy. There we go. Crazy stuff, man. The earth is shaking. It's is it the labor pains? Thanks, John Hahaj. Appreciate that, my friend. Good to see you. And thank you. Nicole Scherzinger reveals how she kept celeb friends from getting drenched in fake blood when they visited Sunset Boulevard. I don't know why. This just gave me the creepers, man. Especially with these 2 witches here involved. You know? Just blech. The Oprah video. I did a video. I caught something. I used to do a lot more. Well, I still do stuff where I catch things and I share it with you guys. But man, this is even years ago. It's like 2013, I think I made this video about Oprah Winfrey. And it was on the old channel that's gone now. I think I refound it. I did find it and I re-uploaded it. So you can go to Who is KJ Osborne, my website. You can find it there. Maybe just look up Oprah or something and you'll find it. It's the only video I can think of I've ever done specifically about her. But she revealed her true face for maybe about 3 seconds and her eyes. And it's very creepy. You know, scary stuff. Demon face syndrome, right? It was during the interview she did with Tom Cruise where he was jumping on the couch. Do you remember that? It's like the famous meme of him jumping on the couch, saying how much he's in love with Katie Hopkins, or I can't remember her last name, but the actress. And anyway, it was during that she showed her real face, just for a moment, you know, like just a few seconds. It was a real demon face syndrome moment. So I'm trying to see if any of y'all remember that. I don't know. Oh, yeah, there you go. Hey, Susie. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. I'm just going to see. BitChute. See, that's where BitChute comes in. This could be a good one for BitChute. Let me check BitChute. Give me a second. This is a crazy one, though. I do want you to see it. Maybe that's it. Let's see. Crap. All right, I'll do it another time. I'm pretty sure it's over on my website now, but it's a good one. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, that's old school. That's like a 2013 catch. Zoomers cannot adjust their NVIDIA graphics cards settings on their game PCs anymore because they aren't 18, thanks to the Online Safety Act. So they have the Online Safety Act you've heard about, which is, has world order written all over it, right? Like it goes beyond borders. There'll be a collapsing of all this, no more borders, states, all that stuff. Like everything melded into one, right? It says you're going to be 18 now to use your NVIDIA app, which is nuts. And this is just one of the little things. They just started the Online Safety Act, so I'm sure we'll be seeing more of these strange anomalies surrounding this. And they've been going after Rumble. And, in fact, BitChute had to pull away from them because of that. I know I showed you guys that clip. ICE is recruiting agents with incentives, massive ad campaigns, and sheriffs aren't happy. All right. Oh, I remember why. Let's see. Dangling bonuses of up to $50,000. Federal officials are launching a massive recruitment campaign to hire more than 14,000 immigration agents, attorneys, and other workers to help execute Donald Trump's border crackdown. The president is newly flush with billions in funding and wants to deport 1 million people a year with the help of immigration and customs enforcement agents. It says, America needs you, reads one of the recruiting ads, featuring a finger-pointing Uncle Sam. America has been invaded, it says, by criminals and predators. We need you to get them out. So I guess the police probably aren't liking it because of the massive bonuses. In other words, ICE is not going to have any problems recruiting new agents. That's not going to be a problem. $50,000 sign-on bonus? Yes, please. Meanwhile, in China, dancers using Tesla coil rods put on a show. It says, yes, this is real. This is pretty cool. Look at that. Thank you, John Hahaj. And thanks again, Justin Bundy. Much appreciated, my friend. There you go. It looks like it'd be fun. Kind of cool to go check that out. All right. Neat stuff. Call me when you can shoot those lasers at people and vaporize them. That'd be interesting. UFO and secret space program researcher Daniel Liz says, why is Harvard hyping the 3-Eye Atlas alien invasion? I wonder why.
But this kind of threat with the incoming object, the incoming alien object, is something that Loeb has been going on about. And if you go into his history, only in the last year, he's been talking about an ET Messiah coming and that he believes in this. And this is absolutely on record. He is quoted by New York Magazine at an event in 2024. It was the World Minds event, which is like Davos Light here and over in New York City. And he went up there and he said, no, the Messiah is not going to come the way we think. I believe it's going to be an ET Messiah who's going to say, don't fight here on Earth because there's so much real estate there in the heavens. And this 3-Eye Atlas, what he's saying about it is it has larger, it's certainly larger than anything we've seen, and it doesn't have the gaseous trail of a typical asteroid and things of that nature. So he's saying, my hypothesis is it's intelligently controlled. Now, it's one thing to put it out there as the hypothesis, but if you're talking about the top man at the Harvard Astrophysics Lab, then you're talking about somebody who swings a lot of weight. The threat is their ultimate piece because, as you mentioned, with COVID and other things, when you want that kind of central control, you need emergency powers. And these people do not have the ability to get that at the ballot box. They don't have that kind of support. So in order to govern, they need the emergency powers. And the sky event of a UFO threat is something they have built up in the background. One group on the inside in there says, no, we can't pull it off. There's no way we can get this done. The other group says, no, we've been building this up since 1947. We can do it.
All right, there we go. It's a little bit, I guess this is on AJ's show. Let me see if there's some more on that clip he was just showing.
Really stewarding this entire movement for what looked like disclosure. But what we got was CIA disclosure, and that was all about a UFO threat. That's where they're going. The threat is their ultimate piece because, as you mentioned, with COVID and other things, when you want that kind of central control, you need emergency powers. And these people do not have the ability to get that
part
at the bulk where the misinformation comes in. So you have to be able to separate those two, what looks like disclosure on the surface, like with this Avi Loeb situation. And, Loeb is only about, he's literally 5 minutes from here at the astrophysics lab at Harvard. And I'll tell you this about Loeb. He's an astrophysicist. He was the original one on the Black Hole Project for Harvard. And now he is coming forward. He comes out of Talpiot Intelligence, by the way. You'll get a kick out of that. That's Israeli intelligence that he was in for 10 years. And they sent him over here as early as 1983, when he was 21, as a genius to work on Star Wars, the first version. So this is a guy with a serious, serious history. And when we're talking about Loeb, he's completely in league with that counterintelligence group that's putting this whole UFO threat forward. But his role is to get this kind of distinguished piece, kind of like the J. Allen Hynek, Vannevar Bush type role, to say, oh, there's an incoming object. This thing appears to be piloted by intelligent craft, and we're communicating with its AI, but it's a danger. It's an actual alien threat. Now, he's been using the term alien threat. They got the intelligence community guys off using that because they were starting to stumble by using that. It sounded too militaristic. But this kind of threat with the incoming object, the incoming alien object, is something that Loeb has been going on about. And if you go into his history, only in the last year, he's been talking about an ET Messiah coming and that he believes in this. And this is absolutely on record. He is quoted by New York Magazine at an event in 2024. It was the World Minds event, which is like Davos Light here and over in New York City. And he went up there and he said, no, the Messiah is not going to come the way we think. I believe it's going to be an ET Messiah who's going to say, don't fight here on Earth because there's so much real estate there in the heavens. So we're getting into the UFO threat and Loeb. We're looking right at the center of what they're pushing forward. But they need to do it now because they cannot let the Trump agenda take complete hold in this period. They need to influence his agenda, and part of his falling out with Musk has left a huge vulnerability in that entire administration, and that gets to that interim leader of NASA, which we'll get into next. But when it comes to Loeb, this is somebody who has a mission, and part of that mission is to make the UFO threat viable to the educated people in the audience.
Now, speaking.
All right, I'll go and stop it. Well, let me see. Yeah, he still goes on. Let me hear a little more from him. Hey, thank you, Sean Peters. Appreciate it, my man.
There's the hypothesis. But if you're talking about the top man at the Harvard Astrophysics Lab, then you're talking about somebody who swings a lot of weight. And what they're looking for, they want to really data mine the issue. And they did this with the drone piece just before Trump came in December into early January. We had this incredible drone run. They need that data, just like they're trying to add NORAD to the NDAA this year in relation to the UFO file. They didn't do that before, but they're trying to do that under the UAP Disclosure Act, which, by the way, is headed up by that titan, that champion of freedom, Chuck Schumer, out of New York. So, these aren't the people you want leading a transparency movement, that is for sure. One of the things I think about the Schumer amendment in all of this is very interesting, because that's the first one that has included Northcom, because the commander of Northcom and the commander of NORAD and COG are all the same guy. So that is putting the UFO piece directly under NORAD Northcom.
All right, I'll go and stop there. There's still a little bit more, but you can check it out over on AJ's channel, I'm sure. Not on this website, but everywhere else. Man, have you guys seen this? And again, this is more of that, I believe, just packing on more predictive programming with the aliens and UFOs. Pardon me, especially in these days. They just released one of the worst movies, and I saw it early before I started seeing people review bombing it and and it deserves that, but review bombing it and things like this. It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen. They just released War of the Worlds. This is actually, I found out it was made in 2020, so this thing was shelved for 5 years. and it's a new updated version of the War of the Worlds where it's all screen life, which means the entire movie takes place on people's computer screens. It's lame. It's got Ice Cube in it. I don't know if I'm able to play this or not because it's from the movie. But War of the Worlds, you can go check it out on Prime. If you have Prime, it's free on Prime. And, well, does that make sense? I think you have to pay for Prime, don't you? Anyway, you can go to Prime. You can probably pirate it or whatever, you know, somewhere else if you needed to, I guess. War of the Worlds. I made it about 20 minutes in. I made it to the part where they showed the actual aliens, and it was like, I'm talking like 90s level CGI. Horrible. I mean, like even the monsters looked like crap. You know, the alien or the robot machines or whatever they had. It's total 90s CGI crap. It's bad. This is all it is, though. You know, it's like, this is screen life, and it's Ice Cube, just some of the worst acting ever. It's like most of the movie is just looking at Ice Cube right here, you know, and it's like you can almost hear the director saying, okay, now you're panicking. Okay, now you're sad. You know, it's just not good. Not good. If you're interested in a really bad movie, go check out the new War of the Worlds. What's going on with this? Oh yeah, Mexican tourist in India discovers the wonderful aftermath of eating street food. I just want to share some of this because I can't imagine ever wanting to eat this kind of thing. Look at how this food's made. Dang, I gotta kill the music, but check this out. But look at that. You'll see just by his reactions. Ugh, what is this? There's what is it? Small Brained American is the YouTube channel, I think it is, and he's a traveler, travels all over, and he did a video saying that India was the worst country he'd ever been to, and filmed it, and it was freaking scary, man. Wow, just what a very frightening scenario. Look at this though with food. Look at that. I mean, it can't be good for you, right? Like, look at the guys making it. And would you do? I couldn't. I can barely look at it. Would you eat that? Here's that. Gross. It's just sad though. When I see it, it's like, I just wish these people had better options. You know, I wish their government was run more efficiently or something. You know, where they would set something up better for the people. Chicken wearing a scarf stirs witchcraft concerns at Zimbabwean courthouse. Business at a Zimbabwean courthouse was brought to a standstill by the arrival of a scarf-clad chicken that prowled the property with an eerie poise that made many wonder if the bird was sent there as a form of black magic. According to a local media report, the bizarre incident occurred last Monday at the Quake Magistrate Court. As the normally routine day unfolded, visitors and workers were stunned by the sudden appearance of a black chicken wearing a red scarf. Beyond the presence of the bird itself, what made the moment particularly mystifying was how the creature strutted around in a manner that some likened to a human. It says it was just there, calm, confident, recalled one awestruck court officer, like it was sent for something spiritual. He says, it would appear that many believed that scenario as several witnesses fled from the scarf-clad chicken out of fear. Meanwhile, other individuals filmed the peculiarly poised poultry that looked like it possessed a law degree of its own. Looking back on the wondrous event, the court officer mused, "We honestly don't know whether it strayed in or someone left it there to win a case through dark means." The weird mystery ultimately ended with no resolution as the dapper chicken was nowhere to be seen the following day, leaving behind far more questions than answers. So I guess that's not the actual chicken. It's a cute one, though. Cute chicken. But they really do deal with, like, serious, witchcraft, spells, sorceries, and places like that. So I don't think it's that crazy. This one is, it's titled Sasquatch Spotted Crossing Mountain Ridge in Canada, ? And you're going to see something massive, because we can see it from, look how far away this is. Something massive on top of this mountain. I think it's another giant sighting. I'm not sure about Bigfoot in this case, or Sasquatch. I feel like this could actually be just another awesome catch of a giant. We've had a lot of these coming
Witnesses
out.
claim they captured video of Sasquatch crossing a mountain ridge in Canmore, Alberta. T. Vilbrun writes our MSO. My brother-in-law spotted this yesterday, and we could all see it on top of the mountain. We are so happy to have seen it too, and how big it was, and the way it moved across so quickly. Exciting. Harrison Whiteknife films the following footage as several witnesses observe what they think is a Bigfoot traverse.
See it at the very top? Look how far away that is. I mean, that thing's huge, whatever it is. It's not just like 9 feet tall. I mean, it's got to be a lot bigger to be seen like that. Look at that. I need to do a new compilation video of all the giant videos we've been capturing. There's a bunch. There we go. That's better. That's got to be big, whatever it is, tall. I think that's about as good as it gets. There you go. Interesting, eh? Yeah, there have been a lot of those. We just had another cool video of a... In fact, you know what? There have been a lot of videos of the things walking on the clouds also. So I need to just... That'll be one of my live shows coming up, is because I've got all these videos. And I show them, you know, bits at a time as we find them week to week. But when we put them all together, it's kind of cool. So maybe I'll do like a paranormal live show here soon and just show all these videos, you know. All the giant videos, people walking on clouds, or humanoids, or spirits, you know, maybe Jesus. Ghost sighting sends several Indian high school students to hospital. I think.
Sudden wave of panic gripped Mochara High.
Yeah, this is all. All right, let me see. Is there anything we could actually? You look at some of the footage. We won't understand the audio anyway. 4 students at this high school faint after seeing an apparition of a strange figure in the bathroom. So no, my friends, it's not a ghost. It's demons. For some reason, they love, well, we know, they love messing with the kids, the little ones. The most innocent, right? That's why so many of us have had those experiences when we were little, you know, with the Hat Man or night terrors, you know, things like that. Let's see what else we got here. So I don't know if they would know, people out there, just to go in there and chase it out in Jesus' name. No worries. All right, we'll go ahead and move on. So that's all you got to do. Minnesota man shot and killed neighbor he believed to be an alien, charges say. This reminds me of another one. In fact, I want to save this somewhere else too. Charges say a southern Minnesota man last week popped and took out his old neighbor, whom he believed to be an alien. The 38-year-old man from Windham, Minnesota, has been charged with 2 counts, second degree, according to a criminal complaint filed in Cottonwood County. The Windham Police Department say they were called, blah, 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 519. Found the victim, 70-year-old woman. Multiple holes, unfortunately, but she was able to speak to an officer telling them that she believed that, she knew what was going on. She added that the suspect had called her saying he needed help and that she'd gone to his house about 45 minutes earlier. She was transported to the hospital, passed away shortly after. Let's see where we get here. Here we go. A witness told investigators the suspect had woken him up to sit on the couch when he began talking about aliens, allegedly stating he thought his neighbor, the victim, was an alien, and that an alien ship was coming to take them, according to the complaint. The witness recalled seeing the victim, hearing the pops, and seeing the flashes, and then the victim leaving. I guess that's where that ends. So that's all we get. He was convinced that she was an alien. See, these are always the really interesting ones, the X-Files stories. There was a story not long ago about a guy attacking a friend of his because he thought he was a werewolf. Do you guys remember that one? So I'm compiling these, putting them in their own little folder, and once I get enough, we'll see. I'll put it together. But that's interesting. Because X-Files, if this is the X-Files, there'd be a good chance that the old lady really was an alien. And that the guy was right, you know. And these days it's hard to say. What if it's the demon face syndrome thing? What if he saw her shift one day or something? You know, I don't know. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I have to think about those possibilities because they don't really give us much, you know, in the article. What was that guy's experience? Was he mental? It's easy to immediately say, they're mental, you know, or he's schizophrenic or something. But I don't know. These are strange times. Video of unidentified creature in Han River goes viral. Let me see. I get that. That's the biggest shot I got of it. Let me see. Is there another one? Oh, yeah. It's coming up. You can kind of see it there. But look, there's something big in the water right there. Is that another one of the sea serpents? Sea dragons? Here we go. Let's go back a little. Okay, watch here. Now look. Big, whatever it is. What is it? What could it be? Maybe nothing. Maybe, of course, obviously, we think maybe it's just some animal. But when people who are locally area or fishermen out there, they pull out their camera, you know, they see this and it's strange enough to them to record it. I try to keep that in mind too. You know, they've seen a lot of the the sea creatures out there and marine life, so they understand. They have some understanding of things, but this was enough to make them want to record. What could it be? I think that's about as exciting as that footage gets, but it is kind of cool, I think. Toddler, this is nuts. A toddler bit a cobra, and then the cobra, right here, it says it destroyed it on the spot, ended its life on the spot. Toddler bites cobra after it coiled around his hands. Is that footage of it? I don't think so. All right. What the? It won't let me get out of this. All right, give me a second. Okay, this is weird. Independent. There we go. See what I'm saying? It's got me stuck on this. All right, there we go. See, it won't let me go down past that to read the story. All right, fine. I guess we'll just take the headline. Fair enough, then. Sighting on Lake Champlain, July 14th, 2025. Copyright? Oh, boy. So I guess I can't play it. Sighting on Lake Champlain, July 14th, 2025. I'll go ahead and move on from that, but it's over on Unclassified Films YouTube channel if you want to see that. Video, miscreants in Scream masks menace Spanish community. You guys seen the movie Scream? There's been like 7 of them now. You know the ghost face, Scream, ghost face? Looks like there's some miscreants. Residents of a Spanish community are understandably on edge after multiple people were menaced by mysterious miscreants wearing Scream masks. According to a local media report, the peculiar panic is currently unfolding in the village of Aguilas. The troublemakers at the center of this scare have been seen roaming the streets clad in black, hooded robes and wearing the iconic mask of the infamous ghost face from Scream. Chillingly, it appears that the ne'er-do-wells are not content with merely lingering on sidewalks or creeping around corners, as one unfortunate resident reported a particularly chilling encounter with the delinquents. Jessica Perez recalled how her 13-year-old cousin found herself targeted by the cretins not long ago. Who wrote this? They got some nice words in there. To the girl's profound terror, the miscreants brandished a weapon, a Sharpie, and chased after her until she ran to a populated area, which caused the punks to put an end to the pursuit. Upon picking her unsettled cousin up from the scene, Perez informed police about the incident. Alas, authorities indicated they have received several reports about the reprobates. Who wrote this? Tim Banal. Well done, sir. Like, your writing stands out to me. I like it. All right, there we go. I think there's a little bit of video of these miscreants, these reprobates.
Individuo disfrazado de negro y con la máscara de Scream sembrando el pánico en las calles de Águilas. Parece una broma, pero para algunos no tiene ninguna gracia. Según varios testigos, la persona disfrazada lleva un arma blanca en la mano, llegando a atemorizar a menores de edad. Eso sí, los cuerpos de seguridad de Águilas aún no han recibido...
Whatever, lady. All right, let's go here.
Túnica negra, alguien ha sido visto recorriendo las calles de Águilas, según varios testigos, portando un arma blanca.
A mí me han comentado que llevaba hasta un cuchillo.
Una prima de Jessica lo vivió en primera persona.
Mi prima pequeña nos llama a mi madre y a mí para que fuéramos a por ella porque un individuo se dedicaron a ir detrás de ella con unas navajas y pues...
El carnaval de verano de Águilas, la preocupación...
What's the... All right, I guess we'll go ahead and move on. Reminds me of the creepy clown epidemic. And to me, it's all the same. It's like, spirits working through people. Remember there for like 2016, 17, 18, a few years there in a row, usually around September, you'd start getting reports of people walking around dressed up as clowns, freaking people out. Then they had some actual incidents with these clowns, and that was the whole thing, right, for a few years. And it's kind of the same vibe to me, except now it's the scream masks. But all for the same purpose. They want to freak people out, scare people a little, huh? But then there's always that one that just takes it a little too far, the scaring people just isn't enough, right? Danish Zoo asks pet owners to donate rabbits and horses to feed its predators. Zoological institution offers to euthanize animals that need to be put down so nothing goes to waste. That's a sign of the times, eh? A zoo in Denmark is appealing for donations of healthy small pets to be gently euthanized and fed to predators. Aalborg Zoo has urged willing chicken, rabbit, and guinea pig owners, guinea pigs, I had guinea pigs as pets in Los Angeles, actually, guinea pig owners to hand over their pets to be eaten whole by animals, including European lynx. Live donations, it said, would be taken out, removed by trained staff. It promised that nothing goes to waste, and also said it would gratefully receive live horses. Wow. They say the zoo says that such animals were needed in order to imitate the animal's natural food chain for the sake of both animal welfare and professional integrity. All right, there's that. It's a good-looking kitty. Come here, kitty. This kitty's not so nice. These things are dangerous. Says Spencer Pratt says he's met with the FBI regarding the Pacific Palisades involving Newsom. This is interesting. He got his start as a reality TV show guy, Spencer Pratt, Spencer and Heidi. He's married to this girl Heidi, and they started on some MTV reality show. I don't even know which one, years ago. But anyway, now they're older. They're no longer on TV.
Oh my gosh. I think I know news before Newsom knows news. Do you know how fun this is? This is how fun knowing the news is going to end you running for president. See, I know it, and I can't tell you. Sorry, Newsom, but don't worry. The feds are going to be telling you soon, and then I can tell everybody, look, this is what I was talking about. But it's a great feeling. It really has calmed me. It's been a relaxing day already. Oh, my.
Well, hopefully, it's very cryptic, but hopefully that means that they're going to do something with Newsom, because he's just pile driving that whole state into the ground, man, in so many ways. Says, I don't even know what to say. Newsom caught oh, yeah, here we go. We saw this headline, but this guy breaks it down, what's happening with Newsom and the money that all the victims should have received. Where did it go, right, from the fires? Not cool.
well, Gavin Newsom, what did we find here? $128 billion of California taxpayer money goes to helping schools, but really they get funneled into organizations that are supposed to help.
Oh, this is different. Sorry, I thought this was the one after the fire aid or whatever. That's a whole other scandal. All right, so I'll go and continue.
Here, $128 billion of California taxpayer money goes to helping schools, but really they get funneled into organizations that are supposed to help schools. Organizations that are ran by Gavin Newsom's wife. And the rest of the funds go to other organizations. This organization that's ran by who? Gavin Newsom's wife. And I want to take a moment to give you a shout out, Gavin, for the house you just bought. Not this photo. This is actually the state that you run. This is what it looks like. This is the house you just bought. $9.1 million, Gavin Newsom. Woo! Congratulations, bro. You lead the country in homelessness, but man, you're doing great. How do you do it, man? Seriously, give me some financial advice because you only make $224,000 a year. How did you do it, bro? I know how you did it. I think we all know how you did it, and I think we all know what you deserve. You should be in prison!
Indeed. Yeah, he's horrible, man. I feel bad for the people out in California. Just on every level, even Karen Bass. Come on. Says, this isn't capitalism. This is runaway greed, blackmail, bribery. Interesting meme. The richest 26 people in the world own as much wealth as the poorest 50% of humanity combined. So I don't know how they came up with that, but interesting. Very interesting. It's going to be nice to be in heaven, not have to deal with monetary systems anymore. Where was this? I can't see. I'm trying to, but is this? I don't want to guess. I don't know what I was looking at. Let me see here. The point is that there's still fires and flooding all over, and I can't remember which area this was. I'm sorry, but okay, I'll move on. It was just a picture anyway. You get the idea. Billboard charting rapper Toosii just shocked his fans after revealing that he just gave his life to Christ. Right here it says, from Toosii, I gave my life to Christ. I refuse to be caught up in street antics. Love it. Good. Hopefully pray for him that he stays strong, stays encouraged, stays on his path, on his walk. That's great. Check this out. Oh, this is, in fact, who knows? There might be some young parents in the audience that want to try this. This is something that they used on children to calm them down, and you'll be surprised what it was.
Can showing kids 90s TV shows impact their behavior and even their sleep? A couple of moms started showing their toddlers the good old 90s classics for kids. Shows like Arthur, Roly Poly Oly, and even throwbacks like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And say the lower stimulation has made a major change in their kids. The moms and best friends named Lauren and Sarah, known online as Mamas and Messes, found that their kids were less attached to screen time and had fewer meltdowns after they introduced the retro programming to their kids. Meltdowns when taking screens away are of course incredibly common. And scientists say it's in part because so much of today's content, and especially the platforms on which kids view it, are essentially designed to be addictive. So kids literally don't know how to cope when they're ripped away from their screens and content. We've covered this a bit previously, if you'd like to check it out and learn more. But Mamas and Messes found that switching to the much slower pace of old school pre-social media content had a totally different effect. The kids would just watch an episode or two, and when it was time to turn it off, there was no battle. They'd just go back to playing. But the biggest shift they noticed was a change in sleep patterns. One mom's little boy was sleeping longer and better, which she chalked up to the slower pace of TV shows from back in the day. Other moms online were inspired to try this experiment too, and had very similar results. Now, it's not all 90s all the time. They still make space for things like Bluey and Ms. Rachel. But the positive outcomes they've seen from 90s kid shows have made them a new mainstay. Who knows, maybe the solution to the screen time problem is simply giving your little ones an appreciation for the classics.
That's interesting theory. I don't know. What do you think? I'd never raised a child myself, so I'm not sure what I would do in that situation. I'm not sure what 90s shows you'd want to show them. Probably not Beavis and Butthead. That wouldn't be a good one. Now it's Canada's turn to ban hiking in the woods. You'll go nowhere and you'll be happy. Man, Canada. Wow, they're cranking it down on Canada too. Same thing, of course, in the UK we're seeing, in Europe, just in general, all over. You see a lot of the WEF coming out, the 2030 agenda coming out. In Europe, and of course now in Canada, they're starting to tighten the screws.
Hiking and even just walking into the woods is now illegal in Nova Scotia.
Stay out of the woods. We are restricting travel and activities that really aren't necessary. Hiking, camping, fishing, and the use of vehicles in the woods are not permitted. Trail systems through woods are off limits.
Fishing, hunting, camping, driving, and again, just...
Yes, climate lockdowns, exactly. This is something we talk a lot about on Mondays, or more about on Mondays shows, but that's totally where this is heading. It's all a part of WEF, the 2030 WEF agenda.
Walking into the wild is now a crime, subject to a $25,000 penalty.
The fine for violating any of these bans, $25,000.
And get this, even people with property in these areas are no longer allowed to explore them.
If you have a home or cottage surrounded by a wooded area, we strongly encourage you to stay out of those woods. Don't do anything that could unnecessarily put you, your family, or your neighbors at risk.
The justification for these sweeping climate lockdowns is last year's wildfires, which destroyed over 200 homes, but critics aren't buying it, especially with the visible activity seen before and during those disasters. Some argue the fires themselves were no accident, but rather engineered events meant to justify policies like this one. And now here...
There we go. Yeah, the lockdowns, like one way or the other, right? They'll get their lockdowns. They love their lockdowns. Strange object in the sky over U.S. This is a really cool capture.
That. Oh my God, that's so scary.
It's a shifter. I think it's a shifter.
That? I'm not even tripping. Oh, that's so scary.
It's like a serpent kind of.
Oh my God. Like, I'm not tripping, right? That's...
No, that's real.
What is that?
Interdimensional.
That's in our sky right now.
Probably.
I think this is it. I think this is the alien. What in the ever-living...
Alrighty. It's a weird one. It's a good one. Probably just mid-shift, you know, just chilling. Oh, okay.
This is a real deal.
I believe you.
This is, you ask, who are they? It's people who are psychically, genetically available to interface in this incredibly diverse universe with all these dimensions above and below and all around us with consciousnesses. So then they start taking their most psychic people who are able to do this and they turn their heart off. And then they put them into these events and it's like the things the aliens tell them, they come out and they tell scientists and it works. And so all the shaman, all the ancient religions, everybody says there are the good ones and there are the bad ones, and people are interfacing. So you say, where does it begin? From the Tibetans to the Mesoamericans to the Egyptians to the Druids to every ancient society describes the same thing. There are bad things that look like elves that have horns when they show you who they really are, and there are good things, but they don't contact you unless you contact them, and then they're almost not even concerned with what you're doing. So this entity system picked Germans as its attempt, even in World War I, World War II. So the Nazis, if you get into deep literature, they believed they were basically seancing and being possessed by entities. These people were running the psychology departments. They were interfacing with the occult. They were involved in all this crazy stuff, and it was all about their power and how great they were going to be, and the Germans were seduced.
Good one. I like those deep rants. He is definitely a wealth of knowledge. You got to give him that for sure. Male athletes will be blocked now from entering U.S. to compete against women under a new visa policy. So this is positive news on that front, right? That's been a big deal. Men competing against women. Police threatened to arrest pastor after he's the one that gets harassed by Muslim mob. They tried to get his wife. They threatened to jab him after pinning him to the ground. British police are facing heavy scrutiny after they threatened to arrest a Christian preacher after a group of Muslims heard him preach and threatened to puncture him and his wife and bop his wife. He was preaching in the city center, was talking about the differences between Islam and Christianity, and was holding a Quran as he did so. In response, a Muslim bystander threatened to jab him, while another tried to bop his wife. It's not very nice. Moodley said he was then pinned to the ground. They tried to steal his Quran on the grounds it was their book rather than his. According to the legal advocacy group ADF International, which is supporting Moodley, when the police arrived, they did nothing to reprimand the Muslims, and the man who made the threats allegedly continued to threaten in the presence of the police. Of course, they let that slide, right? Let's see. I'm trying to see where the police go against him. All right, I guess that's about it. All right, I'll go and move on. This is on Christian Post. But that's how it works. That's how things are so inverted. You know, the victims get punished twice. Mel Gibson's Resurrection to hit theaters in 2 parts on Good Friday, Ascension Day. So that's cool. The movie's coming out soon. Resurrection. That'll be something. It's going to be really interesting. I saw an interview where he's saying, you know, we have to... The reason it's taken time is we have to film some of this in other locations than Earth, you know, or something like that. So there's whole new ground we have to kind of cover. And it's like, whoa, this is going to get pretty wild, man. It could. It'll be interesting. Scientists now say mysterious interstellar object heading to Earth not natural. Rule out comet theory. So again, we know that this might be the one they're setting everybody up for. Say, oh, here they come. And then, poof. You know, something happens, a bunch of people disappear, and here it is, man. That they came, you know, they came and they took them away. You know, Cracker Barrel, man, this was a bummer to hear. This is my parents' favorite restaurant, and my mom used to run a Hallmark store, so they're into the trinkets and all that kind of stuff. And Cracker Barrel's filled with trinkets. If you've ever been to one of these places, one of these restaurants. Cracker Barrel is another regional hallmark that's fallen victim to monocultural carpetbaggers. So that's right. Now they've modernized Cracker Barrel, guys. Can you believe it? Wait till you see some of the changes here. Usually when you walk in, there's like a whole, like you're in a store, and there's all this stuff in there, man. Toys for kids, there's clothes, candles, you know, all kinds of trinkets, stuff you might want to put on your porch. And people love that, you know, and then it's just got an old country vibe. And it's, you know, home-cooked meals, good old home-cooked recipes, and good stuff for the most part. It says, while driving through northern Arkansas on the way to a wedding in rural Missouri earlier this year, I decided to treat an old college friend from Bangladesh to a meal at that bastion of Americana, Cracker Barrel. Hadn't been to Cracker Barrel in years, but it was just as I remembered it. The cluttered general store area full of knickknacks, the kitschy memorabilia cluttered on the wall, the intentionally dated home-style atmosphere, and the relatively quick service. It was, in a word, quaint, exactly as advertised. My friend was not particularly impressed. When he expressed that he didn't get why Cracker Barrel's so great, I responded in jest, that's why you'll never be an American. Ayo. The executives who run Cracker Barrel obviously share the same opinion as my Bangladesh friend, since they're replacing the old-timey charm that makes Cracker Barrel a special place with the same soulless, whitewashed aesthetic that can only be dreamed up and approved in an equally soulless corporate boardroom or at a high-rise consultancy firm. And here's the new remodeled Cracker Barrel. I guess it'd be better to have a side-by-side. So I could show you what it used to look like. But yeah, now it's got like what they did with McDonald's, you know. All the McDonald's used to be real original. They had all the characters out front of the stores, the big playrooms for children, and they were colorful, they were interesting. And like I said, they all had their own thing going on. They had their own designs, you know. Some may have the same, but still, they were fun and interesting, especially when I was little. I loved McDonald's when I was little. It's very different now. But then now you see they're all like gray and black and kind of stylized. You know, let's make them look cool, man, you know. And they just took all the heart and soul out of all these places. But it's kind of like the video I just did they're taking the heart and soul out of humans. We're seeing a lot of people become this way, starting to dress the same, look the same, talk the same, because they're all on the same social media looking at the same thing, and they're getting programmed with this. And you don't have as much variety in even just in people and in styles, Anyway, there's that. All right, so it looks like that sucks. I hope they don't do it to ours out here. We'll see. Hey, Canada, your failed wildfire management is poisoning America's skies. So we saw that earlier. We know. The arson attack hits ICE field office in Washington State amid dangerous rhetoric from the Dems. So they're going after the offices. Beijing pays influencers in Africa to spread anti-U.S. messaging. There's just some headlines here. These are from Zero Hedge. Never before seen photos inside Jeffrey E.'s creepy mansion. There's one. Yikes. All right. What else we got? Let's see. Crap. It's not going to let me out of this one. Let's do this. Nope, this is freezing up. Okay, there we go. I'll move on. Sorry, it's all I could see. McDonald's CFO reveals working poor customers are skipping breakfast now. That's right. Your prices keep going up. You're crushing people. Trump admin unveils rule to unleash American drone dominance. He says we're turning over our skies to one of our main adversaries. We are going to unleash American drone dominance. He says, okay. The drone wars are coming. That's even something that Elon posted long ago. I think he just wrote drone wars. That was it. It was a couple of years ago. Registered sex offender arrested for humping refrigerator at Trader Joe's. Seattle police were faced with a truly bizarre case. Let's see if there's a video on it. 33. A 33-year-old man was arrested after allegedly making threats with a poker and then getting up close and personal with a refrigerator inside a Trader Joe's grocery store in Seattle. He threatened to take out everybody's life in the store. Security guards said he was initially confronted for humping, this is his words, a refrigerator and attempting to do the same to a customer. Okay, so there you go. But he's 33, so there's that. Acting a loon. And then, you wonder, like, I'm not saying this is what it is, but what if it was another one of the codes they use where maybe it turns out that guy was a Mason or something, right? Like, we don't know. And then they did something to the guy, to just, because he crossed them. He did something against the lodge or something. So they did something like that to the guy to make him look like a loon. That fried his brain somehow. And, put him out there. And then they make code in the news because they're all connected with each other and different people. And they throw in the 33 just saying, this is us and we got it done. I don't know. But that's how my mind goes in all the different directions. And they don't always have to be right because I know they won't be, but sometimes they are. I'm looking for the right thing. So that's what I do. I'll just sit there and just branch off and think of all the different possibilities and, it's fun. The bubble is bursting. Delinquency rates have doubled and credit card defaults are soaring. So there you go. Swarm of quakes rattle Southern California's inland empire. All over the place, man. 3.0 quake strikes New Jersey. Tremors felt in parts of New York. Police nationwide are embracing drones as new first responders. So again, just kind of getting the public used to them, right? Getting them used to they're your friend. It starts off like that, right? We are witnessing alarming seismic instability along East Coast, New Madrid, and the West Coast. All over the place, man. 36-year-old female teacher in affluent Florida city accused of inappropriate relationship with not a child, but still 17-year-old girl. There we go. Yikes. She looks rough. Am I right? She's got a thicker neck than I do. She'd probably be good at power slap. You ever watch Power Slap? She'll probably be good at it. Yikes. Over 100,000 jobs have been lost to big tech this year, and the AI revolution is just getting started. Cynthia Erivo's demonic portrayal of Jesus prompts outrage, intentional blasphemy. And I covered some of this in the video. The connection to Nosferatu. New study claims that 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030. Not surprised, it's the end. And monster storms cause catastrophic flooding in Hong Kong, India, South Korea, Taiwan, and China. Just look at that picture. I think I have some videos today. If not, y'all can look some up. They're crazy. These places are getting hammered. So it's flooding, and then we got the fires in Canada, wildfires. And it's always fires and flooding these days. Canada is in so much trouble, it says. Carney government plans to spend millions propagandizing young Canadians about climate emergency, in quotes. That's right. Right? We know. That's what they're going to do. You got to have Jesus these days, y'all. Most of you here know that. You need that clarity. There's just so much deception, you know. The European Union's Digital Services Act claims to target only harmful content in Europe, but our analysis of the House Judiciary Committee's recent report reveals that the DSA pressures U.S. tech companies, including X, to enforce censorship on a global scale, including American political speech. This conflicts with core U.S. principles as the First Amendment protects freedom of speech, which includes freedom of expressing ideas that may be controversial to some users. We advocate for more speech, not less. And it's very real. Like I said, man, BitChute has left, I think, just the United Kingdom, maybe. I don't know if it's other parts of Europe. They're chasing after Rumble. I showed you guys that the owner of Rumble showed the email, like the message they sent them. So they're really pushing. They're trying to. So big shout out to those free speech sites for sure, you know, and grateful to YouTube. I mean, hey, you know, it's love it or hate it, it's got the best reach, you know, for people. And that's just the way it is. I've tried the other ones, you know, I know. 7-year-old boy's incredible invention turns him into a millionaire as he looks to invest and buy a Lamborghini. A Seattle teenager is a millionaire after selling a card game he invented at just 7 years old to a major toy company. Alex Butler, now 15, and his parents sold his original card game Taco vs. Burrito to Wisconsin-based Play Monster last month, the Seattle Times reports. Says it was never something that I've been attracted to or anything, the teenager said. It's not super important to me. I just kind of wanted to get the most money out of it. At least he's honest. It's unclear how much the game in which players compete to make the most valuable meal sold for, but the teenager's now working with his parents to invest the money. He also said he wants to buy a Lambo. Oh boy, there he is. Taco vs. Burrito, there's the game. Looks fun, right? Good design. I feel like I've seen that before out somewhere, maybe at Barnes & Noble. There's the family. There you go. Check it out. Taco vs. Burrito. Let us know what you think. Who wins more? That's my question. Rare snow in Australia. Talk about weather going bonkers. This is Australia. Rare snow in Australia.
On the side of the New England highway, cars pulled up to witness a winter spectacle.
It's lovely. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before.
Some had driven through the night for this.
So we left Brisbane this morning about 3 a.m. I've never seen snow before in my entire life. And it really is a surreal experience.
Was it worth it? You bet. 2 hours over the border, the tiny town of Guyra was blanketed in white. Hard to believe this is northern New South Wales.
My parents, they come from Colombia and they are visiting Australia and it's unusual snow around. And they said, let's go there and see the snow for the first time.
This couple made the journey from Jimboomba and sealed the special moment with a proposal.
I left work yesterday at 5 p.m. and he said pack a bag because we're getting in the car to go see some maybe snow.
It started falling early in the morning and kept going through the afternoon. Nearby Armidale picked up at least 15 centimetres. It made the roads icy, hands frosty and cheeks rosy, but no complaints. Well, maybe a few. Can you tell me what's happening right now?
It's snowing.
And what do you think of the snow?
It's very cold and it's good for making snowmans.
Well, it's not snow in Queensland, but for anyone who made it here, this is more than they could have hoped for.
It's cool because we get to build snowmans and do snowball fighting and snow angels.
Back over the border, after we'd all given up hope, snow in the Sunshine State. Flurries fell just outside of Stanthorpe, a natural wonder that's far too fleeting.
Yeah, exactly. Is it real? Is the snow real? But see, just the way my mind, like I say, I always think of all the possibilities. I can't help it. And I was thinking how cool, what if one of those families loved the snow experience so much that from now on, like they would take a vacation every year to some place that's snowy, like to Alaska or something. I don't know. Not that it even matters. That's just one of my fleeting thoughts. I can't help it. It says, now I finally understand why South Park has never, ever parodied Biden. Hunter's, quote, sugar brother is South Park's lawyer. So that makes sense because the deal is, I don't know if y'all watch South Park or not, but they just started their new season. They just made a $1.5 billion deal with Paramount, which is pretty amazing. They made a $1 billion deal while all these left type, groups are shutting down. Stephen Colbert even. I'm sure the other guys are probably close behind. A lot of it has to do with that USAID money that dried up quickly, which is nice to see. But it's true. It got me thinking because this new season I can't even watch anymore because it's gotten too political, and I don't like that either way. I don't want too much of that anyway. It's nice to escape that stuff, But yeah, this season, man, the last 2 episodes, I couldn't even finish the first one, then couldn't finish the second one. It's just like, ugh. And maybe, I don't know. I've been watching it for years off and on, and I do like a lot of it, I just like the, just focus on the funny. When they start getting political with stuff, it's not good, man. It just, it's too much. It puts us too much into the real world, as far as I'm concerned. I like when they go after celebrities and stuff like that. But anyway, it's been hardcore, anti-Trump. And it's not that I'm a Trumpian either. That's not it either. It's just, I hate to see just too much. That's all it is. It's like in all of his administration, and they're all just getting trashed, And I just don't like it. I look at enough stuff with the politics and everything else every day for what I do. So, sometimes you want an escape. South Park used to be a pretty nice escape. But then it got me thinking, and I saw some of these stories like this where, they've never made fun of, and they had so much material under the so-called Biden administration, right? Anyway, there's that. But even that stuff's pulling us into the political thinking stuff, and I try not to even get into it, too much, right? Says Sydney Sweeney, this is the actress that's been doing some commercials lately, her Sydney Sweeney's Jeans or something. And, of course, this is more the political stuff than the loony left are melting down. There's all these videos coming out about people just freaking out. But it says, pay attention to the MK Ultra butterfly on her jeans. And yeah, that's a good point. So there is that. If you guys know anything about the butterfly, the monarch specifically, you already know. I covered a lot throughout the years. Other people do. A lot of y'all do your own research and know this stuff. So there you go. Maybe that's a part of it. Part of this, or maybe it's just a butterfly, right? Seriously. Could be. And this is from Ashley Hayes. Let's check this out. Good report here, I think.
The reason we have been lied to about our history, the reason we have been lied to about everything is because everything goes back to the Bible. Everything goes back to God. The fallen angels that came down and ruled this world had technology, and they built things that we still can't. But they can't tell the world that, because then that would mean that angels and demons are real. And if angels and demons are real, then that means that Satan and God is real. And likewise, this is why we are being lied to about this narrative, because the enemy can't have the world know that this is a spiritual battle. The enemy can't have the world know that these aren't beings from another planet, but they are, in fact, demonic entities from another dimension, because then that would mean that the spiritual realm is real, that would mean that Satan is real. And ultimately, again, that would mean that God is real. Now, why am I talking about this? Because we are headed into a time of great deception. Deception like never before in history. Because there are people watching this right now who don't know Jesus Christ as their Lord and as their Savior. And because of that, they will be left behind to face this deception. They will be left behind to face the tribulation. In the book of Luke, he actually tells us that during the tribulation, there will be entities that will descend from the heavenly realms that will cause men's hearts to fail them from fear. And there will be signs in the sun, in the moon, and in the stars, and on the earth distress of nations with perplexity, in the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them from fear and the expectation of those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Now here's the fun part. When we look at the Greek origin of the word for, it means because, it means why. So Luke is telling us why men's hearts are failing them. He's saying because the powers of the heavens will be shaken. When we look at the Greek origin of the word shaken, it means to agitate, to topple over, to cast down. So Luke is telling us that men's hearts are going to stop because they are so scared. People are going to be looking at these entities that are coming from another dimension, and they are going to drop dead. Now we know these are not beings from another planet. They are demonic entities from another dimension because this is a spiritual battle. Luke says, for the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Ephesians 6:12, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness, here it is, in the heavenly places. The powers of the heavens are going to be shaken. These entities are going to be cast down to earth, and men's hearts are going to fail them because they are so scared. And Luke says, verse 27, then they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. These entities are going to descend to earth prior to the return of Jesus Christ. They are going to descend to earth into our dimension during the tribulation. Remember, Satan used to be an angel. Satan knows scripture and he knows it well. And because he knows it well, he also knows how to twist it in such a way that when these beings descend to earth, when this narrative is being pushed, they will speak in such a way that people will believe that they are speaking truth because they link it to the word of God. There's a book called Project World Evacuation. I talked about this last year. I'll talk about it again. It says UFOs to assist in the great exodus of human souls off this planet. Even the demons know that the pre-tribulation rapture is the truth. Satan can't have the world know where we went. So he has his narrative set in place. This is Pastor Alan Nolan. He actually bought the book. I didn't want to, so I wanted to show you some quotes from the book. Now, this part that he's talking about right here is actually a channeling. So this is a demon speaking. He says, I am Sananda, known to you as Jesus the Christ. I speak in the authority of my name and my office, and I say to you that in the multitudes of the people of the earth, there shall be found that remnant who can steadfastly be faithful to those right principles of my teaching. Those who come in my name go from heart to heart, stealing them against that day and marking them for deliverance and safety from all that would destroy. The great exodus of souls from this planet, which will take place at a moment's notice. Phase 1 of the global evacuation will come as the twinkling of an eye, with no time for any pre-warning. It will be the secret taking away of spiritual leaders and teachers of the light. Notice how they twist scripture. Notice how they use scripture. So it will mirror scripture so people will think it's the truth. People will hear them talking, saying these things and going, oh, that's what the Bible meant. Remember the name Sananda from the beginning? It's literally the resurrected master in New Age. It's the character of Jesus Christ. Master Sananda, embodiment of Christ consciousness. So why am I talking about all of this? Why do I cover topics like this on my platform? Because I get asked that a lot. Why don't you just stick to the gospel? Well, first and foremost, because I'm a servant to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who is returning soon. I am a vessel for his kingdom. I am clay, he is the potter, and I am being used to plant seeds that only he can water. Now, there are millions of people on this planet that have heard that Jesus Christ has died for their sins, and you know what? It goes in one ear and out the other, and it is these people that will actually need the tribulation to happen in order for them to surrender to Jesus Christ as their Lord and as their Savior. It is these people that will actually need to see a third temple being built. It is these people that will need to see somebody sign a peace treaty. It is these people that will actually need to see the UFO headlines about millions of people that have been abducted in order for them to actually surrender to Jesus Christ as their Lord and as their Savior.
All right, I'll go and stop there, and it's pretty much done, but that's over on Ashley Hayes' channel. I saw somebody say in chat, Kelsey Reese, I pray Jesus will rapture my cats with me, or at least protect them from the tribulation. I worry for my fur babies. And some people may even think that's funny or something, you know, out there. But no, man, I've thought about the same thing. I've prayed about it, you know, and I'm sure other people are too for their pets. But I know the Lord's got a plan. And I've seen and people are watched people's dreams and visions, you know, listen to them. And a lot of them have talked about the pets being up there. You know, the pets, even the ones that you had even when you were little, like pets all through childhood are up there waiting on you. It's amazing. That aren't here anymore. So, you know, I'm sure he's got a plan. You know, it's one of those, I'm not sure. There's no scripture on it that talks about the pets, right? Unless I'm missing something. But yeah, I pray about it too. And like I said, we love our pets. All of us do. You know, families have their pets. Mom, dad, the children, they love their pets. It's like they're part of the family, right? This was interesting. On the left, it's this from 2016. It says California's Kamala Harris becomes first Indian-American U.S. Senator. And then 2020, Biden picks Kamala Harris as running mate, first black woman. So, yes, welcome to our reality, so-called reality. It's fun catching him in those things, though, isn't it? Let's see. Former Boyzone star Shane Lynch talking about the music industry.
I've been in rooms at the top of the top, which albums are prayed over demonically. Music is prayed over demonically. That goes out to the world, goes out to the radio stations, goes out to the public. And when you see that stuff and know that stuff, it's frightening. Hollywood is doing a great job of it too, because that's what it's there to do, is to make you think it's all nonsense, of course. And if you think it's all nonsense, then the devil's laughing, and it's very real.
What do you mean by that, Shane, prayed over demonically?
So rituals, ceremonies, everything to bring, to give light to the devil, to Satan. It's a satanic music industry. That's majority of what it is.
Do you mean figuratively, or do you mean literally you've been in...
Literally, yes. For all your Sam Smiths, to your Dojo Cats, to your Beyoncés, they are so demonic, it's unbelievable. And we can't, it's in front of us. It's something that we kind of go, oh, it's just music. But it really isn't.
That's right. Boyzone. I never knew about that band. Maybe some of y'all out there followed them. You all. Let me know. But it's always good to see them talking openly about it, about stuff that, you know, again, we've been watching for years, known about for years. People in your life may have told you you're nuts years ago for thinking that kind of a thing. Meanwhile, this is a DJ named Sudden Death, gaining popularity. He's been performing mock rituals. Some of his track titles: Demonic Curse, Modern Sorcery, Mind Control. And it says, pay attention to what your children are listening to. And I guess this is
this guy.
Some of the concert.
Yeah, the deeper I dug, the darker thing of a DJ called Sudden Death appearing to perform a ritual in front of his fans at a show. What we see is men in red cloaks, each holding a head, which I'm positive are fake. He then hands it to this man who is dressed up as Baphomet. He holds it up, shows it to the crowd, and then gives it to someone in the crowd. You can't tell me this is just for entertainment. There's got to be a deeper meaning behind this. So I decided to dig deeper into this guy, Sudden Death. Yeah, The deeper I dug, the darker things got. And he's only getting more popular. He just made a song with Marshmello. If you don't know who that is, it's the dude that literally wears a marshmallow on his head. Demonic backdrops are one thing. I get it, at raves, people want to have the new crazy visuals with their music. But this man takes it to a whole nother level. He wears these antler heads. He's levitating in the middle of his raves. Not only that, he's literally throwing heads into the crowd. Imagine you see all of this and you're listening to his songs called Demonic Curse, Modern Sorcery, Mind Control, Purgatory. Come on, this is no rave. This is a satanic ritual. There's
creepy stuff. Any of you ever you been to any of the shows for sudden death? Let us know. I wouldn't suggest going to those shows. Let's see. Here's another one questioning. Oh, wait. This is... It's a volcano in... Oh, this is the one we heard about earlier, right? Kamchatka. First time in over 560 years. Since 1463. It just happened days after the 8.8 in Russia that caused tsunamis. Lightning, ash clouds, and seismic chaos. It says, what are they testing out there? There's that. You can feel it to me. It's just like, it feels like it's starting, you know? I mean, a lot of people watching, like I said, the Ring of Fire. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, Mount Laki-Laki just popped again. Billions more tons of natural CO2 spewing into the atmosphere. But please keep thinking your log burner and petrol car pumping out CO2 is the problem. It says there's so many of these eruptions right now. I mean, it's got a beauty to it too, doesn't it? Like, it's menacing, and it's also kind of beautiful. Don't you think? Almost looks like you could climb up it, you know? It'd take a long time. But right, it almost gives you that feeling you could just kind of go up the very base of it and start climbing up. It looks like a mountain. Wow. It's pretty amazing to look at. All right, cool. I'm going to move on. Okay, we got some YouTube shorts, I think. This one's from Real Dark Waters. Let's check this out.
Can somebody give me the number to Area 51? Does any of y'all have the number to Area 51? Because this boy around here playing, growing teeth, and pretending he a vampire, or he a real vampire. It don't matter to me. All I know is I want the phone number to Area 51 because they need to lock him up down there with them aliens in them deep underground bases. You can't just be running around growing canine teeth and then expect to walk around on these streets. No. We ain't dealing with you non-humans. You're going to have to go back underground where you came from, boy. Can somebody give me the number to Area 51? Does any of y'all have the number to Area 51? Because this boy around...
All right, I'll go and move on. I did see a video. I don't know if I put it up for today. I can't remember. But there was a video showing a guy. You know, you've probably seen the clip. We've probably seen it on this show. And it looks similar. But the guy that can make things come out of his mouth, he was on the streets and he did it. But then I just found a video this week and it looked like the same guy. And he was showing how you can fake it. And he had this whole weird setup. So I don't know. I'll see if I have that one up here today. Hey, and again, you know me, not saying it's not possible. I believe that is possible. It's real, that people have done it, can do it, and worse. But, you know, if there's ever been anybody out there faking this kind of stuff, it's like super important to figure it out, you know, let people know. Keep your eyes peeled on these people. This says, Lulu is such a YouTube kid, so I think that this is going to be a bit of a doom break here.
YouTube and put on some cat videos to entertain my cat, please.
Oh yeah, this is funny. Actually, I need to ask you guys, did you know that apparently there's animations you can watch, I guess they're on YouTube, for your animals? Like apparently there's shows that cats are drawn to and that dogs are drawn to. I never heard that before.
Look at Lulu. He's so ready. He knows what time it is. Oh my gosh. Look at him. Alexa, can you turn it down a little bit? Like I was saying, Lulu is an iPad kid. He loves to watch cat entertainment. I guess that's what it's called, right? Yeah, cat and dog TV. Lulu, you love the TV, huh? Alexa.
That's funny. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know.
Check out this high quality.
Good idea or a bad idea to get your cats hooked on watching the screen. I don't know. But you know, there's a lot of times Chubbs will be chilling with me and looking right at the screen I'm looking at, you know, and watching whatever I'm watching, and seems like he's engaged, you know. At the end of a movie, I never turn to him and ask what his thoughts are or anything like that, but maybe I should. You know, maybe I should. All right, let's check this out.
Check out this high quality footage of Noah's Ark. Let's go ahead and play it.
At the far right-hand side, you will see a mountain called Mount Ararat. It is 12 miles from the Russian border. On a Turkish map, it's called Noah Ungamshi, which means Noah's big boat. That's the name of the region. They've got signs, you drive right up to it. In 1978, there was an earthquake, and either it lifted up or the ground dropped down. I don't know, the result's the same. It is now sticking up out of the ground about 18, 20 feet. But radar scans show that there are deck timbers, some kind of huge timbers in there. They find iron rivets in there. The ark was bolted together. They knew about iron back then, not a problem. You can see some of the rivets at the Wyatt Museum south of Nashville, Tennessee. It used laminated wood, 3 layers of wood glued together with a tar-like substance, pitch made from tree sap. And there's no grain in the wood. Interesting. It's almost like the trees didn't have growing seasons. Apparently, the ark landed close to Mount Ararat, got stuck in the mud. Everybody got off and left, and at some time later, there was a mud flow or a lava flow.
Check out this.
It's going to be so cool if you think about it in heaven to be able to talk to all these people we've come to know from the Bible. Hanging out with Moses. Yeah. It says breaking Santa Barbara. Got some fires going on, and it started on federal land. It's already gone to 50,000 plus acres. There's mass evacs taking place. Santa Barbara, oh, it's a beautiful place. I lived out in Los Angeles for a while, a few years there. And I've been to Santa Barbara, and it's beautiful, man. It was really nice. A lot of well-to-do type folk live in that area. And then San Luis Obispo, also a really nice area. It says it's out of control. Smoke's choking the sky from California to Vegas. Over 1,000 boots on the ground. All right. Guess that's it. Let's see if there's any more news on that. But, quakes in one place, fires in the other. It says, and this is a really good point, and this is another one here I need to, put this in a special place here. Footage like this was commonplace before they mandated digital broadcasting. And that's totally on it, man, exactly. And we were here for that. That's the thing, weren't we? Because I can't remember what year it switched over officially. But there was a difference. There was a bit of a change. And a lot of people theorize that that's why they mandated digital broadcasting, because it helps these things stay hidden easier. That the other way they were being revealed too much. That's why you can find a lot of old school, almost VCR looking type footage. Might be a little grainy, but it's old school, and you'll find a lot of those kind of shifting videos from that era. Here's one here. This is the liquid crystal. Let's check this out. I'm going to kill the song in the background. Let me see if they end it. No. All right, so it's all right. We're going to get some examples of liquid crystal, state of matter whose properties are between those of conventional liquids and solid crystals. For example, a liquid crystal can flow a liquid, but its molecules may be oriented in a common direction as in a solid. There are many types of LC phases which can be distinguished by their optical properties such as textures. The contrasting textures arise due to molecules within one area of material or domain being oriented in the same direction but different areas having different orientations. An LC material may not always be in an LC state of matter, just as water may be ice or water vapor. Okay, so that's kind of deep. But I read that thing at the top, but there's just some examples. Check it out. Like I said, in some of the footage, right, just a little more grainy. This is before, I think this is before digital. And you see it's not on her shirt. It's like just her face, a little bit on her neck. You know, it's not the background. That's her head. That's another good thing to always look for, of course, because if you start seeing it in the background too, it's probably just, you know, a video artifact, screw up, something like that. I don't know. Let's see, like, look at this. It's like, that's his face. It's his head. Microphone's still normal in front of his chin, or what's left of it. There you go. That is pretty wild, isn't it? But this is a really good compilation. Wow, look at that. Now it looks like it's got big eyes. Now you see its eyes, if that's what it is. Looks like a dinosaur, doesn't it? Eye, big mouth, nose. Good one. We'll be seeing that again. I'll have to use that sometime. Again, in a video or something. New media hoax. According to DHS, there's no hunger strike at Alligator Alcatraz. And then there's all these headlines here talking about, you know, hunger strikes here and hunger strikes there and, you know, 10th day, you know, and all this stuff. But we find out that's bogus. But that's, again, just the danger, right? You know, it's the danger of mainstream media, legacy media, as it's called. But unfortunately, it still has a grip on people, some people out there, and especially the older folk, you know, in most cases, what is the boomers? Yeah. Even my folks, you know, they still, but they were all raised on it, you know, raised on trusting the news, you know, the mainstream news, you know, so. But we still love them.
I suppose the pivotal point in my life.
Kundalini yoga teacher gives his life to Jesus. It's from 5 days ago. I thought this might be kind of cool to check some out on this. Let's see here. All right. I'll just go right here. I'll bounce around as I do, because this is almost an hour and a half long. So we'll bounce around a little bit, but these are always really, really great. De La Fe testimonies. Let's dive in.
To the study of yoga. And incidentally, the word yoga means yoke. And the implication is that you are yoked with Brahman, which is considered to be ultimate reality in Hinduism, but is conceived to be an impersonal life force. And that you are yoking yourself with that force, that impersonal life force, in order to come into point of self-realization or God realization, God consciousness, Christ consciousness. There's a lot of different names for it, but a state of enlightenment. And I searched after that passionately. Now, I might insert here that I was raised Roman Catholic, and I was very fervent for a number of years. I was an altar boy. I attended parochial school. At one point, I was even on my way to a monastery. So I was very passionate. But in my teenage years, I drifted away from that kind of life and that approach to religion and spirituality altogether. And when I began searching into Eastern religions, I thought I had achieved a much broader state of mind, that I could embrace the idea at that point that all religions are just different paths to ultimate reality. That seemed more logical, it seemed more compassionate, it seemed more tolerant. But, of course, now I see things differently. But at the time, I thought it was growth spiritually for me to have that mindset. Then he's saying that there's an underlying spiritual presence. As I said, Brahman, there's an underlying spiritual presence, a life force that is within every plant, every animal, every human being, and manifests in different types of spirituality, different types of religion. And so the source is the same, similar to Star Wars, where Darth Vader, the villain, can tap into the Force in order to activate evil qualities and powers. And Luke Skywalker can tap into the same Force to activate heroic deeds that are done by that power. And yet they're both sourcing the same place. They're both drawing their power from the same place, according to that fictional story. Well, in like manner, that's basically the idea that's given in Hinduism, that all religions have this basic underlying influence of the same spirit, the same life force. And so when a Hindu says there is only one God, he's saying that all interpretations of God and all approaches to God are legitimate. And then on the opposite end of the pole, you have Islam, that believes that there is only one God to the exclusion of all others. The Hindu point of view is all-inclusive. The Muslim point of view is exclusive, because to a Muslim, only Allah is God. And one of the worst sins you can commit in Islam is called shirk. And shirk means attributing divinity to anything or anyone other than Allah. And Allah exists separate from the physical creation, while many Hindus believe that Brahman, the ultimate reality, is permeating all of the universe, and that there's a divine essence in everything. And that's based on something called pantheism. Without getting too complicated, pantheism is the idea that the universe is not a creation of God that exists apart from him, but rather an emanation of God, so that all physical matter is actually spirit manifested. And so because of that, when a Muslim says there is only one God, he's against every other worldview in saying that, because...
All right, let me jump ahead some. Let's do it right here.
That they were all focused on. But see, I'm getting 24-hour intercession going up to heaven, going up to God in my behalf. How do you escape that? I'm sure the wheels started turning in heaven, so to speak. And within 3 weeks, God started responding in a very detailed way, where different things connected to bring forth my salvation experience. First of all, I got a letter from an old friend of mine, and he and I had both quit college for the same reason, and that was to study under different gurus. He went with a totally different person, and he wrote me this letter that was completely unexpected. And he told me how he had heard an audible voice when he walked in a church. He heard an audible voice say, "Jesus is the only way." And he said at that precise moment, he felt the Spirit of God fall on him and fill him up, and he was born again. Now, I was raised Catholic, and we never heard the phrase being born again in the Catholic Church. In fact, Catholic doctrine teaches that when a child is sprinkled at birth, which I was, that's when that child is born again, and that's when the Spirit of God comes to live in that child, and that's when that child receives the gift of eternal life, and that child is positioned in Christ and becomes a new creature in Christ and becomes a part of the church. Well, none of those things happened to me when I was a little infant. In fact, if I had truly been born again as an infant, I believe I would have been a much better person growing up. I would have had a connection with God, a personal relationship with God that I never had as a Catholic. But that phrase intrigued me, being born again, spiritual rebirth, where the Spirit of God came into him. And I knew, here I teach as a yoga teacher that God's already inside of everyone. And my friend was saying, no, that's the wrong perspective. God's external And he comes into your heart when your heart is cleansed by the blood of Jesus, where you ask for Jesus to save you because of what he endured on the cross, where he became sin for us, paying the price, the necessary price for our sin, which was voiced by God in the beginning. He said, in the day you eat thereof, you shall surely die. So the outcome of sin is death, and Jesus took our place in death, not only mine, but every human being that ever has lived or ever will live or is living right now. He paid the substitutionary price. That's what Larry communicated in his letter. And I thought, no, I don't believe that. I thought that doesn't make logical sense. What I believe right now just seems so much more logical. And I tried to shove it out of my mind. But I kept thinking over and over again about being born again, being filled with the Spirit of God. And finally, after, I don't know how long it was, maybe 7 days, 10 days, it just kept weighing on my mind. I thought, I am a truth seeker. And if I'm a truth seeker, I've got to humbly open myself up to something, even if it seems illogical. So I decided I'm going to dedicate one day to Jesus. And I'm going to ask him if he's real,
oh boy,
if he's the Savior of the world, if he's the only way to get back to a relationship with the Father. As my friend claimed, he quoted John 14:6, where Jesus said, I am the way and the truth and the life. And no.
All right, I'll go and stop there, all right, and move on. We got several minutes on him, but right to the good stuff, right? Letter for a friend, but go from a friend. Go check out DeLaFay Testimonies, and they do really great testimonies, really do. I mean, top of the charts, baby. This is founder and CEO of BitChute. Here we go. Putting out a statement explaining why they're leaving the United Kingdom. And this is an older one from a few months ago, but just as a reminder that that's how hardcore this stuff's getting. You know, the censorship stuff. So super grateful to him. I think his name's Ray, I believe. Yeah, Ray Vahey. And, you know, this is, you know, he built all this on his own, man. And he's just been, I don't know how he gets income from it. I'm sure there's some ways, but I mean, probably, you know, they try to sell merch, and I think they may have some kind of, you know, ads now, but they don't do Google. Google won't take them. All these different the big ones wouldn't take them, you know. But anyway, so I do appreciate the independent spirit. I know there's a lot of, you know, theories, you know, against him, that maybe he's one of them and all this other stuff, but yeah, I don't know, man. I've always appreciated it, even though it's got its rough spots and sometimes with some of the communities on there. Regardless, it's a great place for free speech, and it's, you know, it's really good. So, and this is a self-made dude, so, you know, I should probably buy some merch from them for real. Like, try to support the site a little more. Been on there over 6 years. It's pretty crazy.
BitChute has officially left the UK. Not because we wanted to, but because it was the right thing to do. The UK's Online Safety Act forces platforms into becoming instruments of censorship and surveillance. These measures represent one of the most oppressive regulatory overreaches in the digital age. And if we do not resist now, this precedent will spread. This is our red line. By remaining in the UK, we would have not only legitimised this regime, but encouraged other governments to follow suit. The stakes are too high. This is not just about one law or one country. It's about whether the internet remains free or becomes a tool of state control. We will not participate in the surveillance of our users. We will not enforce government-mandated censorship. And we call on every platform that values free speech to take the same stand. If enough companies refuse to take part in this censorship, the UK government will have no choice but to back down. This is a fight for the future of the internet. If you believe in it, share this message. Let the UK know you won't surrender your voice.
There we go. So, well done, sir. Well done, Ray. And they're saying, you know, there's a nice one. There we go. Let's see what else. Thanks for the warning. All right, anyway, we'll go ahead and move on. So, yeah. So, that's the way I see BitChute.
Matt Rice's been keeping a secret.
Great channel. Also, a great website. Also, Rumble. Rumble's definitely got it's weird. You'd think BitChute would have more issues, but BitChute flows pretty good as far as, playing videos and stuff. Rumble has its issues sometimes. But live shows, I haven't tried a live show on BitChute, but that could be interesting. Maybe one night just out of the blue. Sometimes I'll do that and see what happens. I did it on my Facebook probably, I don't know, a while back, about a year ago. Was it that long ago? Just popped in alive there and just started chatting, to whoever wanted to jump in. So maybe I will try a BitChute one, because I do have a lot of really cool followers over there, The majority really are cool. It's just, unfortunately, it's that little majority that are loud, and they're on every comment section they can be on, at least. Anyway, enough about all that. It says, what's going on with Matt Rife? And he's
Matt Rife's been keeping
he's a famous comedian. You may know who he is. Matt Rife. He's is it Gen Z? I guess he's a Gen Z comedian. Anyway.
Secret from all of you, not from me, because I watched their every step. I've been noticing your moves, dude. How long you been to occultism? Demonology? You freaks. Other than being just another puppet, I'm sorry, jester in Hollywood. What you been up to, Matt?
I have just bought the Ed and Lorraine Warren's home and occult museum with my very good friend.
That's wild, Matt, because with the company you keep, we would have had no idea you were into such things. What were they known for?
Ed and Lorraine Warren are who took demonology and ghost hunting and paranormal investigation and made it mainstream.
I have no idea where you would learn such things, maybe from the family biz. Oh, hey, Seth Green. Isaac Happy had a lot to say about you. Anyways, we should have known something was up when the dude went from this to this. What the heck? I literally feel like I'm in the movie Uglies. When they went from normal people like us to the perfect ones. I literally find it spot on. But anyways, no one thought it was a bit suspicious that he decided to channel Billy Idol? And at the exact moment Matt Rife was channeling Billy Idol was wearing Basquiat. And if you don't know who Basquiat is, well, you often find him being repped by Jay-Z or Ellen DeGeneres. He had some very interesting artwork, but what did he know how to do? Well, rumor has it Basquiat was a medium. He was a magician. He was a scion of Haiti and learned voodoo from his mother. And allegedly, Basquiat knew how to channel immortal beings like Urzuli Dantor into the mortal realm because he knew the relationship between possession and the dance floor. In December of 2024, he got baptized and stated that even though he hates church, he wanted to believe in God. And am I the only one who's noticing that they're mixing occultism with Christianity and making it mainstream now? Something doesn't feel right about this, dude.
Yep, it's too bad. That's right, another one. We see them go through the same kind of ritual process. Hi, Scory Mori. Thanks for that nice message. I appreciate that. Good to see you. So there you go, Matt Rife. Just another one, unfortunately, going through that wicked industry process as they do. And I showed some things on some of the other ladies, or specifically Jenna Ortega. But I should have added something else in there because Uglies. So Netflix, I think, yeah, it's Netflix. They had this movie come out like maybe a year or two ago, a few years ago, called Uglies. Maybe it was less. Maybe it's been more recent. I don't know. But it's where she was explaining in the video that people would go through this process to suddenly become prettier. And then there's a division in society between the pretty ones, I guess, and the uglies. And the uglies are the ones who are just normal people, anyway, so it's interesting and now they have Uglies Part 2 coming out. So I saw the advertisement recently. Like, darn, I should have put that in my video because it is interesting that you have this movie about people suddenly changing their appearances, but it's just a tweak, it's just enough where they look just a little off, and now we see the same thing reflected in Hollywood with a lot of the actresses specifically, so Miley Cyrus is another one. MSNBC is the saddest excuse for news, it says, telling them they blah, blah, blah. Okay. 3/11/33. Let's move on. Just a headline, I guess. Nothing really big there. You know what I was thinking about doing, and I need to do it, is go through all my bookmarks. This is from Elon Musk. He posted this on August 5th, so 4 days ago. 41 million views, over 41 million views. But I need to go through and collect all of his cryptic tweets, because he puts them out a lot. Remember the Roman Colosseum when he did? Then he changed his name to Keck Maximus. There's something going on there, so I need to go ahead and do that. I'm going to do it soon and just string all of them together and just see what's going on with a lot of these cryptic texts he puts out like this. A lot of times not even saying anything, just putting it out the image or the GIF. So there's that. This person says, yeah, kind of what we're all thinking. End times, yep. And moving on.
In this clip, Chad Wright.
This is ex-Navy SEAL Chad Wright tells his demonic experience while on deployment. Yeah, this is really quite the story. This is from University of JRE YouTube channel. The only thing is, I don't know, I've never showed clips from this channel. And it's Joe Rogan. I'm guessing it's officially part of that. So I'm not sure if I can even play this, but because it's a long story, like pretty much the whole video is his story. It's not Joe Rogan at all. It's just this guy telling his story the entire time, and it's 8 minutes long. So I'll just do this one as a shout out to that. You can go check that out if you want to hear a really cool story. Plus, it was nice to see this guy Chad Wright on there, because I've been subscribed to him for a long time. His YouTube channel is called 3 of 7. I think is what it is, 3 of 7. And yeah, he's a really cool guy. He's a brother in Christ also. And that was a lot of their conversation on this episode he had with Joe Rogan was about Jesus. You can find clips of him, or just go watch the full interview, the full chat. It's really good. Anyway, just want to pass that on. Chad Wright, 3 of 7 YouTube channel. This was another one, man. Another one of the kind of, loonies over on the left side. Propaganda machines, American style, going down. Breaking, it says, no longer worth it. Sirius XM removes Howard Stern after 20 years and $1 billion spent. Yeah, do you guys remember the $1 billion deal he did years ago? Stern's $100 million a year reign is reportedly over. Insiders say the audience is shrinking, the edge is gone, and Sirius XM is done burning cash. From Radio God, little g, to Radio Ghost, just like that. Rough. Man, that wig. Come on, dude. And he just really... Some of you Gen Xers out here, you guys remember the old school 90s Howard Stern stuff, right? I mean, he was off the charts. Like, super offensive, Really pushed the limits, big time over the years, especially back in those days. And I was never even a huge fan back then, I would watch some of the stuff sometimes, but I just was never really a big fan of his. Then he got on radio, or on Sirius. I've got Sirius, so I tried listening to him a few times when I took kind of road trips or going to places maybe a few hours away, things like that. And it was difficult, because it really, to me, you're listening to a 70-something-year-old man talking about wieners and farts and boobies. And it's just, the shtick runs thin. I didn't find any of it funny, none of it, or engaging. It's like, oh, I played this one last night on last night's show, so I'll move on. All right, let's check this out. For the UFC fans in the audience, do you know the Ben Askren story? Check it out. This is really amazing. Great testimony here.
This MMA fighter woke up from a coma that...
I'm going to turn it up a little.
He was in for 45 days, and when he woke up, he immediately gave his life to Jesus after refusing to for the past 15 years. You haven't heard, this is Ben Askren. He was a former professional fighter, absolute legend, and he was hospitalized due to pneumonia. He was in a coma for 45 days, had a double lung transplant, and his heart stopped 4 times during this process. When he woke up, he was 50 pounds lighter and had no recollection of the last 6 weeks of his life. Take a look at this video he released today.
How has this changed you? Mentally, spiritually? Anything like that?
I woke up and I started as a Christian. So that's crazy. I went with my wife to church for 15 years because that was part of the deal. I said, well, I'm not a Christian, but I'll support you. And it was really weird when I woke up. I'm like, I got to do it, you know? So that was kind of weird. And it's so much gratitude for everyone who's helped out. So many people donate money, watch our kids, donate food. A lot of friends come and hang out with me. So just so much gratitude for the community around me, and it's kind of wild to me.
This MMA fighter woke up.
Beautiful. Love it. Great stuff. Yes. A new brother. Yeah. Look at this hail that they got in Nebraska. This is just from a few days ago.
Yeah, look at that.
Holy shit!
Sighting on the house.
Look, come inside!
Look at that.
Oh my god!
Look at that.
Look at this sighting.
Wow.
Oh my god!
How the fuck did all that come from?
Everything is ruined.
Everything.
Everything.
Busted that window too.
In our bedroom window is in it. Oh my god, the house.
Man, even the truck. Look at the siding.
I know.
Dang. Look at that. Look at that. Really, that's huge. That's a baseball. It's a baseball right there. I've never been through a hailstorm like that. We've certainly had our share of those, the hailstorms, but yeah, never seen that one. This right here is from We Need to Talk YouTube channel from 5 days ago. Whoa, 1 million views. Jeepers. She saw Biggie in hell, saw heaven, and God gave her a chilling word. I'm trying to find the part about Biggie here. Let's kind of jump in. Let's see what she says here.
Who was on that platform that day?
Let's try that.
Go to hell. That was a gate. It looked just like a piece of a...
Move on. There's more to this. It's almost 2 hours long, but what I listened to, I probably got just over half. We Need to Talk YouTube channel. Check her out, or him out. That's his channel, and then check out her testimony and more. New South Park episode depicts Dora the Explorer. Oh boy, see, trafficked and all this other. So, I guess kind of they're going in on Kristi Noem and all that. Anyway, like I said, the first 2 episodes of this season, super political. I don't know if it has anything to do with that $1.5 billion contract. It says, and open to any kind of suggestion as to what's going on here. So we got something strange happening. What do you think this could be? Looks like they got 4 planetary objects in the sky. Look at that. One more time. That's pretty crazy. I haven't ever seen it at night. We've seen multiple suns. They had the 7 suns in China, that video. There's four planetary objects, it would seem, visible in the night sky. That's a trip. All right, another one I need to save in a special place here. It's one I want to return to sometime.
An alien invasion.
A lot of people have been recording, as you know, something happening near the sun, multiple suns, our sun not acting like the sun or looking like the sun, and more. Creatures from the days of Noah. This is from K Podge YouTube channel. Podge.
Invasion, aka a demonic judgment, is extremely biblical. We just don't know what we're looking for in the text. Let me explain, but first watch this.
In Luke 21:11, Jesus makes this mysterious statement, which theologians, even Greek translators, they haven't dared to translate because it's just so weird. And in that verse, Jesus said at the very end of the age, there would be great sights from the heavens, and there would be fearful sights. Well, my specialty is Greek. And when Jesus said there will be great sights from the heavens, the word from is the word apo, and in Greek it describes things descending out of the heavens. So Jesus didn't tell us what it was, but he said at the end of the age, people will begin to see things coming out of the heavens. Then he said, fearful sights. And in Greek, that is the word phobotron. It's a derivative of the word phobos, which means fear. But when it becomes phobotron, the Greeks only use that word one way and no other way. It is the word for monsters. And that is a literal translation. And that's why translators never translated it right. They couldn't understand what this monster thing was. So when you put it together, Jesus said at the end of the age, people are going to see things, apo, descending directly out of the heavens. And there's going to be the appearance of monsters in the end of the age. Well, that's what was going on before the flood. Exactly.
So when you start looking at religious art, you'll notice two things. The harlot of Babylon, who we've been talking about, is actually Artemis, Diana, all of the characters that are like love, fertility goddesses, and it's gonna pretend that it's Mary. But look at what's in the sky. We've been talking about how aliens are going to come back with this Marian apparition thing.
Making their obsession with aliens make a lot more sense, don't you guys think?
Again, you have and what looks like aliens or spaceships. And then once again, you have her. And what is this? This is a really popular one too. Look at these. There's her again. And what looks to be a portal. I cannot believe I've never noticed this before. At the entrance of the portals, she cries aloud. This is the ESV. Most translations translate it to doors or entrances. But when you look at the Septuagint and the original wording for this can be translated as portals. Nobody's ready for this next one. For behold, I am sending among you serpents and adders that cannot be charmed. I believe that this is what the serpent being referred to is. And Isaiah also refers to fiery serpents in a different part. But see the word adders? In the King James Version, it's translated as cockatrices, which is a dragon rooster with a scorpion tail and glowing eyes. These are recorded in mythology and, of course, antique encyclopedias. This is the manticore, otherwise known as the Persian man-eater. We're told that this is a mythological beast with a lion's body, a scorpion's tail that's capable of shooting poisonous barbs from long distances, a human face, 3 rows of teeth, most often women's hair, and some of them have wings, and their heads would shapeshift from a human head to a lion's head. These were only recorded for about 3 years in Persian mythology, from about 5 BC to 3 BC. They're even in some old encyclopedias, and they called them man-eaters because they were known to stalk their prey until they caught it. If this thing had its eye on you, you were not going to get away from it.
Ooh, that'd be scary.
And they were thought to eat the person whole. A lot of you already know where I'm about to take this. Revelation 9. In appearance, the locusts were like horses prepared for battle. On their heads were what looked like crowns of gold, their faces were like human faces, their hair like women's hair, and their teeth like lions' teeth. They had breastplates like breastplates of iron, and the noise of their wings was like the noise of many chariots with horses rushing into battle. They have tails and stings like scorpions, and their power to hurt people for 5 months in their tails. There's this old newspaper that has sky cylinders, and on my old account that got taken down, I had this video where I was geeking out saying I saw a huge sky cylinder, and I posted a video of it. It was shooting.
There it is. See? Yeah, I don't remember seeing this picture. It's a good one, but think about all the scrolls. That's another angle on it. They look like flying scrolls, you know, or they look like tubes, like cigars, you know, kind of that shape. That type of UFO, we see it a lot. You know, those have been around for many years. I did a video on them years ago. There was even some talk in the video I did about the Vimana, which is supposed to be the Illuminati's vehicle of choice. And you can look up that, Vilixi, V-A-L-I-X-I, the scroll, the tube. And maybe, and I also threw in the biblical side, you know, is this the flying scroll we read about in the Bible? You know, could it be? So yeah, that's an interesting picture.
Out like red laser beams, and what I kept saying was that the way that it moved, it was like gliding or floating in a supernatural way, and that it was entering and exiting a mountain. This was far away from the city, like the wind was blowing and this thing was not moving. I've never seen anything like it. It just looked like a giant cylinder, kind of like this or these. But I was suspecting that this was some kind of gov type thing, but then I was reading today. I lifted my eyes and saw, and behold, a flying scroll.
Hey.
Its length is 20 cubits
I didn't
and
see
its
that
width
coming.
is 10 cubits. This is the curse that goes out over the face of the whole land. I immediately had like the craziest flashback, and I was like, that was a flying scroll. I think that this is like the book of life, but the opposite. Like, it's like for people that don't believe and like don't do what they're supposed to. I think that's what part of the alien invasion is going to look like. I've always read this part and thought that it was like just something like symbolic in the heavens, but no, I think it's an actual scroll, and I've seen one and I didn't even realize. I think this world is a lot different than we've been taught, and I think we're going to see it very, very soon.
Yeah. Me too. Hashtag me too. Creatures from the days of Noah, question mark. This is K Podge's channel. Hey Lynn, and also Justin Bundy, and also MASH. Thank you all for your kindly donations. Lynn, thank you, man. That's very, very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's Lynn Kazarski. Thank you so much, my friend. And JB and MASH. Appreciate y'all. So K Podge is her YouTube channel. And she's pretty active, I think, on TikTok also. Or she used to be. Okay, let's check this out. Can we go widescreen? Yes.
You even see it, do you? Nor do you care. Is Kesha mocking conspiracy theorists in this photo, or is she mocking her fans? I'm not sure if you could get any more subliminal than this picture. Let's break it down. Why is this creepy older man lurking over Kesha in this picture? It's giving the system is watching me, so I remain submissive in order to please the crowd. And look, fans, this is where you come in, worshiping Kesha while Jesus watches in the background. But you guys aren't worshiping just any normal human being, are you? You're worshiping a deity, a goddess. What deity is Kesha constantly channeling here? She's half human, half bird, with hands like talons. Her upper body is covered in feathers, and she has an eagle on her chest. That kind of reminds me of Ishtar. And in fact, she references her over and over again. I mean, it's actually crazy. When you look up pictures of what Ishtar would look like, this is what you get. It actually makes me wonder, you guys, do Hollywood celebrities actually believe that they are gods because they are worshipped so heavily across the world? And it really reminds me, you guys, of all those mythological stories of fallen angels turning into gods of Greek mythology and pagan gods and destroying humanity. But
she's doing the as above, so below, too.
I'm just a conspiracy theorist. All I'm saying is maybe, just maybe,
Saturn
we need to be a little bit
on.
more hesitant into what we give our energies to.
She looks like Jennifer Lawrence, the actress there.
And who we entertain.
Alright, good stuff.
So worship. The stage is the altar, and the celebrity is the vessel. Not much has changed in the last several thousand years.
Good stuff. Thanks, lady. Let me see what the channel is. A Truth for You. I believe that's her channel. Good breakdown. Yeah, Kesha, man, it's weird. She's back.
It's insane that no one is talking about this, but
She was back in her heyday, she always did all the Illuminati type symbols and signs, and known for all that stuff, right? She was one of them, unfortunately. Let's check out this report from the 5th, so a few days ago.
it's insane that no one is talking about this, but the Sea of Galilee turned blood red yesterday. This is a picture of it behind me. Multiple people have seen it. Yes, it is confirmed. One article, this is CNN that reported it as well. This is August 4th, 2025. Like Pharaoh's plagues, the waters of the Sea of Galilee in Israel turn red. And we know everything that's going on in the Middle East right now, especially in Israel, is insane. And we have the Jerusalem Post talking about it as well. They say that the Sea of Galilee turns blood red due to algae and pigmentation. What I think a lot of people don't understand is it doesn't matter how it happens, it just matters that it happened. If you're in Christ, you should probably take this as a sign. Yes, it may not actually be blood, but it's a sign of what is to come. Now, I started using this Bible app called Haven, and it's kind of like a Chat GPT and the Bible YouVersion app got together and kind of had a child. And so I asked it, I said, hey, the Sea of Galilee turned red yesterday. And Haven responded and said, that sounds like a remarkable and unusual event. So it is unusual for this to happen. It says that I'm not sure what could have caused the Sea of Galilee to turn red, but it's definitely a striking phenomenon. As a child of God, it is natural to wonder if there is spiritual significance to this event. In Revelation 16:4, it says, the third angel poured out his vial upon the rivers and the fountains of the waters, and they became blood. This verse comes to mind when I hear about the Sea of Galilee turning red, although I'm not saying that this is direct fulfillment of that prophecy. It's also so cool because it says, what is going through your mind when you heard about this event? Did it make you think about any particular Bible verse or story? That is so cool to me. I'm just saying, with all the signs and wonders we are seeing across the world today, this should be added to the list of signs because Jesus is on his way back. He is at the door. And remember, he said that this was the last hour 2,000 years ago. How much closer are we to the return of Jesus Christ?
There we go, my friend. Thanks. Good report. Yeah, there have been, Iran had a big, massive body of water out there go blood red recently, too.
At an alarming rate.
Says our prophecy's coming true. Fish found in the Dead Sea's salt waters. Check it out.
The Dead Sea is receding at an alarming rate. Multiple canals and pipelines were proposed to reduce its recession.
Something strange is happening in the land of the Bible. Not long ago, cameras captured an unthinkable sight. Fish swimming in the salty shallows of the Dead Sea. Where for millennia there had been only silence, lifeless water, and mineral crust now. Something was stirring. Life in the very place once thought untouchable by it. But that was only the beginning. Because now, something even more astonishing is being observed. The water is moving, not simply appearing in isolated pools or trickling in from the sides, but forming a course, a direction, a flow. And if you've read the prophets, you may already feel the weight of what this could mean. In the book of Ezekiel, there is a vision, one unlike any other in all of Scripture. A river, not from a mountain spring or a rainfall above, but from the very temple of God. A river that grows deeper, wider, and stronger, until it reaches the Dead Sea. And when it does, it brings the dead back to life. Could it be that we are seeing the first stirrings of that heavenly river? Is this the place where heaven's water touches earth? Let us return to the prophecy before we dare answer the question. It grows. At 1,000 cubits, wherever the river goes, every living creature that swarms will live. Ezekiel 47:8-9. The Hebrew word used here, haya, doesn't just mean survival. It means to be revived,
All right, I'll go and move on. Let's play a little bit of this. Oops.
made whole. And where is this
There we go. Moving on.
This was a powerful testimony.
Me giving my life to Christ was like, that was a very well thought out after 12 years of searching decision. So I'm very much like a skeptic. I don't like just blindly follow anything, no. I like to say that my free thinking brought me to God, and God freed me of my thinking. Because I wanted to just know the answer. What is going on? Why am I here? Why are we doing this? Why do we treat each other like this? Why is there not more community? Why are we just like ignoring the fact that like the world is being stripped of its humanity, essentially, you know? Like everything is just so not connected anymore.
We see this a lot in Christianity, and rightly so, because these are normal people that have experienced the world, the darkest parts of the world, and they saw that there's evil in the world. I can choose to do good, and if I seek this truth, this objective truth that is good, what will that do to my life? If you seek the truth, you will come to know Jesus.
All right, good one. I think I have a few shorts here from YouTube.
You want to hear something really fascinating?
Sure.
No snake wants to harm you. If there was a king cobra in the room right now, Really? we would be in no danger. Rattlesnakes have a rattle, so they can rattle and say, don't step on me. Cobra has a hood, so it can hood up and say, back off. An anaconda, if it's in the room, it's going to find the darkest spot, it's going to look for water, and it's going to go there. They're
Remember
not
that?
aggressive animals. They don't usually view humans as prey. Why wouldn't they view humans as prey? An anaconda is a very simple animal. It's going to sit in a swamp and wait for predators. An anaconda has grown up eating what? It's eating fish, it's eating crocodiles, caiman, it's eating birds, it's eating small mammals. And the thing with anacondas is they start at a very small length. You're talking about like 16 inches. And then they're turning into this apex predator.
How long does it take them to go from baby anaconda to say like 15 feet or something?
Depends how much food they have. If you feed a baby anaconda regularly every week, that anaconda is starting on frogs and then going up to rabbits and then going up to capybara, and that anaconda is going to grow into a dragon.
You want to hear something really fascinating? Sure.
No snake wants to harm you. If there was a king cobra in the room right now,
Really?
we would be in no danger. Rattlesnakes have a rattle, so they can rattle and say, don't step on me. Cobra has a hood, so it can hood up and say, back off. An anaconda, if it's in the room, it's going to find the darkest spot, it's going to look for water, and it's going to go there. They're not aggressive animals. They don't usually view humans as prey.
Why wouldn't they view humans as prey?
An anaconda is a very simple animal. It's going to sit in a swamp and wait for predators. An anaconda has grown up eating what? It's eating fish, it's eating crocodiles, caiman, it's eating birds, it's eating small mammals. And the thing with anacondas is they start at a very small length. You're talking about like 16 inches. And then they're turning into this apex predator.
How long does it take them to go from baby anaconda to say like 15 feet or something?
Depends how much food they have. If you feed a baby anaconda regularly every week, that anaconda is starting on frogs and then going up to rabbits and then going up to capybara, and that anaconda is going to grow.
We've seen some, because I like seeing those videos, not just anacondas, other big animals, but we've seen some good ones around these parts. There was that one that they had kind of roped up inside of an old shed, and it started slinging around and knocking the shed into pieces. You guys remember that one? It's one of the wildest ones I've seen. And that really big one that somebody recorded flying over that Nile, and the thing was massive. They just showed us a little bit of it in that last video. This is Michael Hayes. Simple concept, but gets some really brilliant interactions. You know, here you go. He asked if he believed in Jesus Christ.
I don't feel very comfortable asking that question.
Okay, I was just wondering if you believe, do you believe you lived or existed at one point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
Yeah.
Do you two believe in Jesus Christ? Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
Of course I do.
Amen. 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 Bless you. Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
Pardon?
Do you believe in Jesus
Sure.
Christ? Amen.
Sure.
Do you two believe in Jesus Christ?
Yeah, I do.
What about you?
What about me?
Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
No, sir.
Why would you say that?
I just don't.
Do you two believe in Jesus Christ?
Excuse me?
Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
I pray to him every day.
Amen. Bless you. I'm going around asking
Bless you
people.
too, sir.
Thank you. Do you believe in Jesus?
I believe in Lamar Jackson. Go Ravens.
So is this your home?
Do y'all believe in Jesus Christ? Yes. Sir, do you believe in Jesus Christ?
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and the only way to heaven. Do you believe in Jesus?
That was him. That's Michael Hayes. All right, next up.
This is Dabu 7. We have worked now that...
Helicopter. You know, I don't sit here and post every single time there's an airplane malfunction, because there's that's still happening. It is a thing, like every week there's problems on an airplane, something coming down, whatever it is, man. But it's like, it's really is a thing, like Truman Show. I think that's such a great example of it. When he goes to a thing about taking a flight and like shows a problem, planes coming down, and says, this could be you, things like that. Anyway, helicopter, though, it ran into a transmission line, crashed into barge on Mississippi River, and there's that, just as a headline.
I'm 65 years old today.
This one I thought it'd be really fun. It's a really good video, but it says, why did classic TV actors look so old? It's like 4 minutes long, from TV Guessomatic YouTube channel, if you'd like to check them out. But yeah, let's check some of these out. I was really shocked at the ages of some of these people. And then just think about, actors, actresses nowadays around the same age. It's a trip. Or even just look at yourself, or maybe, family members that are going to be around this age.
Today.
Walter, at my age, why do I have to have another birthday?
Why did classic TV stars look so much?
Actually, I'm just mainly want to see their ages. I'm not crazy about wacky music in the background. YouTube's super sensitive about mainly music. It's weird. Anyway, 46 years old. Take a look at that mug. 46 years old right there. And then there's that. Paul Rudd, 56. Nowadays. Different cultures too, right? Like we were raised at different times, different culture. These guys like Archie Bunker, but Carroll O'Connor's his name, the actor. Like that generation experienced some pretty wild stuff. WW2, Great Depression, things like that. All right, so let's keep moving on. Look at this. Lucille Ball, 56 right there. And again, it's not, not to be rude, but I mean, just look at, she looks, I don't know, I guess I've seen both in real life. There's some people around that age that, still hold some youth, and then there's some that don't, and it's kind of different. But either way, so there's that, and there's Aniston. Check this out. 44 years old right there. He was the drunken lunkhead on the Andy Griffith Show. 44 years old. 47. 47. That's wild. 53. Remember that show, Three's Company? I loved that whenever I saw that when I was little. I didn't understand it exactly, but 41. Paul Lind, 39. So that's 39 right there. 31. Are you kidding? Isn't that... Look at that, man. 31. That's Darren or Ed McGavin or Darren McGavin. No, not Darren McGavin. I can't remember this guy's name, the actor. But 31 years old. 45. Remember him? Hogan's Heroes. Buddy. 54. I mean, of course, they also, in some cases, maybe they touch him up, gray him up a little bit, things like that. But a big part of it, too, is that culture right there of smoking them cigs. It was a big deal back then, that generation. Like a large percentage of the adults indulged. All right, let's check some of these out here. 40 years old. Look at that. 40. 34. Like, looks like 54 to me. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Bewitched. 48. Larry. No, is that Larry? Is that his name? B. Arthur. Grandma. Alice. Auntie. I can't remember her name. Let's see some ages, though. 59. So she's 59 there. 36. This guy. All right, I'll go and move on. If you want to go watch the whole thing, TV Guessomatic YouTube channel for more. What do you guys think about that? It's pretty interesting, isn't it? It's definitely looking different. A lot of different reasons I'm sure you guys are discussing. Australian government just admitted what we all knew, to ban under 16s from the internet. Everyone will have to upload their ID. Womp, womp, womp. Yep. All part of the plan, as usual.
Of course, if you're testing to see if someone's 13 or 14 or 15 or 16, you're also testing to see, by definition, if they're 16 plus. So if there's going to be age verification, everybody is going to have to go through an age verification process, won't they? Yes. Yes. So this isn't just about the privacy or collecting data about kids. This is literally everybody accessing social media. That's how it has to work, isn't it?
Yes. Senator Shoebridge, you just used the term age verification. You may not have been in the room when we had a discussion about the distinction between age verification and age assurance. This is an age assurance trial.
This is, if you're going to have age assurance for kids 13, 14, 15 or 16, testing if they're that age, you're testing everyone's age, and you're doing it at that level of age assurance. And that has privacy and data protection implications for literally everybody accessing social media, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why we've commissioned consumer research to look at consumer willingness and particular aspects that are important to them.
Mm-hmm. There we go. But the digital age is upon us. Just more evidence. They're building it before our very eyes. The United Kingdom braces for nationwide protest tomorrow with over 20 confirmed locations. And they're going after the unwelcome visitors, you might say. But the point is that people are starting to pull together in bigger groups and bigger numbers, and got to pray for all the people, pray for these situations. It says Mamdani and his supporters are, quote, useful idiots. How Lenin called the youth who were helping the commies to win their revolution. Getting more and more people rely on government is the first step to achieve this communism. Then you lose everything, including the voting right. So, yeah. And then there's a whole special here on him from John Stossel, who's a really great reporter, I think. Says a socialist will likely be my next mayor. Let's check some of this out.
Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Zohran Mamdani will probably be my next mayor. He's popular.
Winning more primary votes than any mayoral candidate in New York City history.
People like him because he's good looking, charismatic.
Chop, chop, chop it up. Chop, 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 chop it up.
The media can't get enough of him.
And joining me now is Zohran Mamdani.
They also like him because he's
a proud democratic socialist.
A democratic socialist, like AOC.
I am here loud and proud to rank Zohran Mamdani #1 for mayor of New York City.
They and most of the media have something in common.
Do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism.
I don't usually cover local politics, but I'll make an exception for Mamdani because what he believes is what so many privileged young people believe. And these socialist ideas are just stupid. In this video and the next, we'll look at why socialist policies always backfire.
Socialism.
Terrifying word.
Mamdani mocks those who fear socialism. He says democratic socialism just means
The commitment to dignity. A state that provides whatever is necessary for its people to live a dignified life.
that sounds nice, but a dignified life is not what socialism brings. Mamdani was more honest about that before he ran for mayor.
The end goal of seizing the means of production.
Seizing the means of production. That means government controls most everything. To house poor people, government should take over apartment buildings.
Whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now.
But abolition of private property has been tried.
¿Y este edificio?
Es un edificio que tiene comercio privado de joyería.
Expropiese. Expropiese.
Everywhere it's been tried, government ownership wrecks lives. Here's what grocery stores sometimes look like in socialist Venezuela. Yet Mamdani says,
I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores whose mission is lower prices, not price gouging. These stores will operate without a profit motive and will pass on those savings to you.
No profit motive. That appeals to people. But the profit motive is exactly what keeps stores stocked and why we spend much less on food than we did 100 years ago. And why we have more options.
Hundreds of sales every week.
We have choices because capitalists must compete to get your dollars. Compare your experience at your profit-seeking grocery store to
Dysfunction at the DMV.
government services bring tedious bureaucracy.
People say hours-long waits have been greeting them at the doors.
I don't want my grocery store run like that.
Shelves are empty at an East Kansas City grocery store that's gotten millions of dollars from taxpayers.
Cities have tried subsidizing groceries, but the results aren't pretty.
A rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked.
I watch people walk in and walk out.
Yet Mamdani promises,
City-owned grocery stores with guaranteed lower prices.
even if Mamdani's stores work better, they'll cost tax dollars and take customers from businesses that pay taxes.
How are you going to try to come in and disrupt our livelihood?
Mamdani doesn't discuss how subsidies destroy private tax-paying competition. He just says socialism helps everyone by taking from the ultra-rich.
Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires.
Mamdani says he'll fund his handouts by taxing the rich. But wealth taxes never bring in what's promised.
No surprise. All right, let's jump ahead.
We are talking about our tax base growing smaller and smaller each day with New Yorkers leaving.
Everybody's going to check out a Dodge while that guy's around.
It's crazy. It's not like this is a new idea. Does Mamdani even know that his state already tried high taxes on the rich? They didn't work.
We projected that we'd get $4 billion, and we actually got well short of it.
Maryland tried it too.
It was supposed to bring in $106 million.
That's right.
What happened?
They lost $257 million. Surprise.
Well, I'm surprised.
Nobody should be surprised. They're out of here. These people weren't stupid.
Do Mamdani's supporters think this time will be different? In my next video, I'll cover more bad.
All right. Thanks, John Stossel. Still at it. Is he on YouTube still? I'm not sure. If you guys know, let us know. Stossel TV, maybe? Says, are Canadians in a state of hypnosis? Why do they accept all of this? That is the question. It's unfortunate for our Canadian friends. Shout out to our Canadian friends. Actually, we're almost at 3 hours in, so shout out to all of y'all. You all, I mean, excuse me. We have over 950 amazing, awesome, cool, interesting, critically thinking individuals. But really sharing their precious time. Thank y'all. It's wonderful to be hanging out with you. Thanks for hanging out with us, with me. And thank you, Tamara, for all you do. Great to see all the familiar faces, the family here, and also some new faces mixed in. Always feel free to jump in live chat. Everyone's cool. Even if you want to go, if you need prayer, that's whatever. Or if you just want to jump in and chat about whatever we're watching, you feel free. Shout out to my Subscribe Star family and Rumble Wells, the backbone. Thank you. Please support me there if you can. And and all else who support the videos and shows in whichever way you choose. Thank you very much. All right, so don't want to waste your time. Just want to say thanks, man. It's awesome hanging out with you. Okay, let's go.
Canadians have become so passive that the government can now ban you from walking on your own land, and most people don't even blink. Nova Scotia has just imposed sweeping wildfire restrictions that don't just apply to public parks, but also to private land. If you own a wooded property, trails, or any slice of forest, you're not even allowed to go for a walk with a friend. And if you're caught, you could be slapped with a $25,000 fine. Premier Tim Houston recently announced that hiking, camping, fishing, and the use of vehicles in the woods are banned across the province, including on private land. While the province says you can still use your own property, the moment you invite someone else to join you, even for a casual hike through the woods, you're now breaking the law. This ban applies to all wooded areas and trails, whether they're government-owned or privately held. Trail systems are off limits, campgrounds remain open, but only the officially designated ones. This isn't just about stopping campfires, it's a sweeping prohibition on movement, access, and freedom on the land you pay taxes on and maintain. To enforce it, the province has launched a hotline encouraging residents to snitch on neighbors seen violating these rules. Just like the early days of COVID when governments deputized citizens to report backyard barbecues and driveway gatherings, Nova Scotians are now being asked to monitor one another's summer's plans. Houston admit this situation sucks, but insisted these measures are necessary to prevent wildfires. Yet even his own Minister of Natural Resources admitted that this season's fires, quote, have all been small and put out quickly. The province is erring on the side of extreme caution, but at what cost? This is the kind of creeping government overreach that too many Canadians accepted during the pandemic and is rearing its head again under the guise of climate risk. Prohibiting people from walking through their own wooded properties with friends, threatening massive fines, encouraging a culture of anonymous reporting, these are not trivial measures. They reflect a growing comfort with top-down authority, even in matters that touch the most basic freedoms, like spending time in nature on your own land.
Yep, man, that is... Here we go. I mean, they're really going in. They're putting the screws on, as they say. You've heard that. But truly, man, it's eyes on United Kingdom and on Canada and Europe, just overall. Venezuela slams the U.S. over this $50 million bounty on Maduro. You guys heard about this? Pam Bondi announced an increase. I guess they doubled it. I guess at one point it was 25 million, but they bounced it up to 50 million for anybody who can help them find this fella, Maduro, in Venezuela. President of Venezuela. All right? Forced president of Venezuela. So $50 million, which I just thought that's really wild, man. Where's Dog the Bounty Hunter? But that's a lot of money, man. That's enough money. You know, if you believed in your sources or whatever, you know, if you were the right person for this and had enough money to go through with the operation or whatever and then to somehow get home, I don't know how it would work. It's just fun to think about that this can create real life amateur bounty hunters, you know, and that could be a really cool, awesome thing, and it could also be a tragedy. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. That's a lot of money, man. People would put up, you know, a good chunk of their own change, you know, to hit the road or whatever they got to do. You know, I mean, some people are just, they got that in them. They got that dog in them. They like to hunt, you know. That's an interesting one. $50 million. You can help them find them. Thanks, Pachar. Good to see you, always. And it says it's not tariffs, it's corporate greed, this young lady says. Let's check this out.
I saw a TikTok yesterday that was talking about price tags, and I happened to be at Walmart. Saw this cute little Stitch from Lilo and Stitch sweater for my daughter. Look, isn't it cute? Okay. So the TikTok was talking about how they've been removing all the perforated price tags from the clothing and jacking the prices up, trying to keep the consumers from realizing how far up they went with the prices. And I was like, surely they're not doing that. Now, see all these price tags? See how all the perforated ones are gone? And this says these are $12.98. You see that? You see that? But look, they missed one. Where'd it go? Right there. Look at that. They increased this. I'll show you. This is the same exact shirt on the same exact rack that now says $12.98. They increased it $5. $5 a piece. That is huge. I saw a TikTok yesterday.
That's really screwed up. So that's something to look out for. I know that some of my audience goes to Walmart. I do. It's pretty much the choice, you know. There's a couple. There's a place called Sprouts I really like. It's kind of more of a natural foods type, you know, almost like our version of a Trader Joe's, I guess you might say, something like that. Even though we do have a Trader Joe's, but it's in the city, and that's kind of a long drive for me, so... Anywho, enough about my grocery shopping. Let's move on. Thanks, lady, for the report. But yeah, let us know if you catch Walmart trying to pull any of those shenanigans on their price tags. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins announces new waivers, and this has to do with the SNAP. The SNAP thing is real serious now. It's really... Check out what they're doing here. And I think it's a good thing. Yeah.
Since my confirmation, our department has encouraged states to think differently and creatively about how to solve the many health issues facing Americans. One way is by not allowing taxpayer-funded benefits to be used to purchase unhealthy items like soda, candy, and other junk food. The number one purchase by SNAP recipients is sugary drinks. SNAP is a supplemental nutrition program meant to provide health food benefits to low-income families to supplement their grocery budget so they can afford the nutritious food essential to health and well-being. That is the stated purpose of the SNAP program. The law states it, and President Trump's USDA plans to deliver on it alongside our partners at HHS. So today, I'm proud to sign 6 more waivers for Florida, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, and Colorado. This is in addition to the waivers we've already signed for Iowa, Indiana, and others across the country. I continue to encourage states to be laboratories of innovation, think through how you can promote healthy families and healthy communities. And because of our historic partnership, USDA and HHS, and the visionary leadership of the governors here with us today and of the states represented by the signings, we are doing something about it. These SNAP waivers are just one piece of the MAHA effort. We work so closely together to encourage voluntary commitments to remove artificial food dyes, among other things, from our food supply. And together we are crafting sensical dietary guidelines for Americans that prioritize whole, healthy, and nutritious foods.
All right, good stuff. Nice to see some positive moves being made in the health sector. Right. Remember Michelle Obama's lunch program? That's one of my old school music videos. That's from probably, was it like 2014? But I've been doing the quote music videos, for years off and on. Usually I started off doing them by themselves. Then I combined them over the last few years into my regular videos that were off of YouTube. And now I've switched it around again, so I'll be doing them separate still. But it was a whole music video. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, I thought it was I need to try to find it again, man. See if I can find some of those. That's a real old school one. And it was just a music video, had a cool song on it. Can't remember the name of it. And it was just fun, but it showed just the garbage that they were trying to feed the children. It looked like prisoner food, for real. Straight up like prisoner food. Here's a fun little doom break for us. This is some kind of weird contraption that this feller created. And looks like he's going to go have some fun, Mad Max style. And this is one of those things that it's not just for the boys, because I know the boys are going to love this kind of thing. And I'm sure some of y'all would love to do something like that. Mark Zuckerberg Stein, thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate it. Very kind of you. All right, so let's check some of this out. Little doom break. How many of you in the audience, even the ladies, after you watch this, think that this would be something satisfying to do? Check it out. Total Mad Max style. Look at that thing they created. That's awesome. He's loving it. Exactly. We're right there with you. Man, that'd be fun, right? Here's a new YouTube channel I just found this week called Breaking Truth Ministries. But what happens is that this feller approaches celebrities primarily, big celebrities, and gives them a Bible. And here's Bill Murray's story, and this is from 2 weeks ago. It says Bill Murray brought to tears when getting a Bible. So it's 12 minutes long, as we do. I'll bounce around a little bit, but this is really cool. Really cool.
Because it's like, oh, this is just something different than being an actor. I can do music. I can just have some fun with my friends, travel the country. Right. People will pay to see me because I'm Bill Murray. So he's
talking about how Bill Murray was traveling with some of his friends in a band recently, a tour.
For the meet and greet package. And I looked at it and I was like, that is a perfect opportunity to talk to Bill. There is no probably other way I'll ever be able to reach Bill except that. Yeah. And I just kind of sat there for a second, and my wife's like, why have you not gotten it? I said, I don't know. It's Bill. And she's like, this is somebody you've talked about before. You're going to regret it. Just do it. What have you... She is... I'm telling you.
You have a good wife.
I love my wife so much.
Awesome.
She is such a help.
Me too.
To me and my
wife.
ministry. I was about to say, what?
Me too. I mean, my wife. That's what I'm trying to say. That sounded bad.
No, I don't know where this ministry would be without her.
Yeah.
She's the best. Anyway, she said, what do you have to lose? She is always such a good advocate, and just whether that's street evangelism or celebrity evangelism, it's like, what's the worst case scenario? And
exactly.
And that's really what this whole ministry is, besides the gospel founded upon. The worst I'm going to hear is no.
Yeah.
I think people would be shocked if they actually pursued certain things and realized, oh, wait, it would have been a yes. Or a photo with Bill. What? Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
And goes back in. And I was like, that was the most Bill Murray thing I've ever seen. Oh, then there's a couple professional autographers. And
my bad. I want you to hear that, too. Here we go.
Would have been a yes or whatever.
Yeah.
So I got the meet and greet ticket for Bill, and every professional autographer and anybody who'd ever been around Bill that I knew were telling me, don't do it. He is awful. He will throw the gift across the room. You're going to tick him off. It's not worth it. So I'm like, thanks for the encouragement, guys. And I went to Atlanta, and I was a nervous wreck.
Yeah, of course.
And
it's understandable.
I was around back, just parked in the parking lot, and Bill comes out the back door. And I was like, why is he coming out the back door?
Yeah.
And so I got out I opened my car door, and I said, Mr. Murray. And he goes, where? And goes back in. And I was like, that was the most Bill Murray thing I've ever seen. Oh, then there's a couple professional autographers, and I'm standing back there, and I'm like, so meet and greet says we're supposed to check in between 6 and 7. It's like 5:55.
Yeah.
And I was like, is he about to leave right now? Like, I don't understand what's going on. So I'm standing back there, and I'm kind of talking to a few of the guys. And then I see these people walking around from the front with their, like, this lanyard and an event poster. And I said, oh, did you guys already check in? Oh, we just got our photo with Bill. What? Yeah, he's almost done. Oh, man, I mean, I ran like a madman.
Wow.
But, again, God had this worked out so perfectly.
Yeah.
So here's every detail of this story. So I get up to the front. I'm out of breath. I am not a break dancer like yourself. I am not in great physical shape. I just ran about a quarter of a mile as fast as Tom Cruise does for like 10 minutes in Mission Impossible. And I'm up there. My nerves are completely shot. And I'm like, I'm here to check in for the meet and greet. Here's my ID. And
I was like, calm down, man.
Yeah, because, I mean, well, you had to go through security and stuff to get in. And I had Barney Fife, of course, at the door.
Oh, gosh.
And he's like, well, what's that in your hand? It's a gift bag. you can't bring that in here. And I'm like, oh, you better believe I'm bringing that in here. Because, again, just like I told you, he can tell me no. You're not going to tell me no for him. He's going to tell me no.
The mall cop?
Yes, exactly. And, yeah, a lot of these people have security on the back of their shirt. I'm like, it's okay, Paul. Just calm down. But good old Paul Blart. But
That's what I was thinking of.
So I said, what are you talking about? And in my mind, I'm like, how am I going to get around this? And he goes, it's against our policy. I said, so the venue in Atlanta is the Tabernacle. I said, so the Tabernacle has a no gift policy? Yes. I said, can you show that to me?
Yeah.
Well, not right now. I said, okay, well, then I don't believe it. Well, you just have to take my word for it. I said, oh, I'm sorry. I keep trying to walk through, and like I said, I'm in panic mode because I'm like, everything I'm doing right now
is being shut down.
And I'm even like, if I were to take just the letter out and put it in my jacket pocket, he's going to see it and shut that down now.
Right.
Because there's no big crowd to distract or anything. And he's just, harping on me. And I eventually just walk through the metal detector. And I hear them doing, they're like, is there anybody else? And I'm like, yes, hang on, I'm coming. And my nerves are shot.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, just let me go, man. You can't give him that gift. I said, how about this? I'll wrap it up in my jacket because I was wearing this jacket. And he goes, I don't know about that. Just leave it with me. I said, no. I said, are you the coat check guy? No. I said, okay, well, you're not going to be watching it. This is a very valuable gift, which it is. It's priceless.
Absolutely.
I said, it's a very valuable gift, and I can't risk something happening to it. Well, if you're not going to give it to him, what are you going to do with it? I said, I could take it back. Good. Not going to. And he goes, I don't know. I said, how about this? I will wrap it in my jacket, and that's where it'll stay as I walk through the lobby. You notice I said as I walk through the lobby.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not going to lie to you, but I'm going to create a false security in your mind. And he goes, okay, you better keep that in your jacket. I said, I will. And then I muttered under my breath until I see Bill.
Yeah.
So I get in there, and it's Bill's manager, and there's Bill. And as I'm rounding the corner, I hear Bill, can I go take my nap before the show now? And the guy's like, there's one more guy. Oh, joy. Just the most Bill Murray.
Oh, yeah.
And so I've got the jacket. Hi, Mr. Murray. How are you doing today, sir? No, I'm doing fine. And so I just grab the handle of the gift bag, drop my jacket, and start walking towards him. Then Bill's manager goes, hey, no, we don't accept gifts. And I was like, shoot. It was more Bill's people than it was the venue. But again, I'm like, I'm going to get it in front of Bill.
Yep.
So I la-di-da-da-di-di-di, just walked straight to Bill. And I shook his hand. I said, it is an absolute honor to meet you. I have loved you for years. And
did you say, I'm sailing?
Well, I was wearing the right shirt to say that. Yep. And he took a picture of my shirt. He said, that's my favorite What About Bob shirt I've seen in years. And
what was the shirt? Explain.
It said, don't hassle me, I'm local. My wife had gotten it for me for Christmas.
That's great.
And I said, I wanted to tell you the reason I came to meet you today is because I love and care about you and your soul, and I wanted to give you this gift.
Yeah.
I don't really accept gifts. I said, I tell you what, why don't you look at it, and if you don't want it, I'll take it back. No hurt feelings.
Yeah.
Do I have time to look? And his manager goes, he's the last one. Well, I guess I got time, which again, I'm like, everything worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
There was no rush. So
awesome.
he pulled out Jesus is greater than religion first. And he goes, well, that's interesting. And I said, that goes in line with your quote about religion. I have a quote about religion? I said, yes. I said, it's, and he said, I don't remember ever making a quote about religion.
Yeah.
So I had my phone in my pocket, and I'd saved it recently, and I was like, right here. And it's in like one of those Facebook quote formats where he was talking about he's not against God, he's against organized religion. And he said, oh, that looks like from somebody's mom's Facebook. I do remember saying that. I have said that. And of course, you believe everything you read on the internet. I said, oh, of course. He said, no, I'm very much against religion, but I grew up Catholic, but wow, that's an interesting book. And then he pulled out the Bible with his name on it, and he goes, oh my goodness. And he looks at his manager and he goes, you were trying to keep me from getting this. And he said, you're the one who said no gifts, Bill. He said, nah, it's just the weird gifts nobody wants. This is a beautiful gift. And he said, wow. And he just kind of kept looking at it. He goes, this is very special. Thank you. I accept.
Wow.
I really appreciate it. And he said, thank you so much. And we took the photo, and he said, so, what's your favorite movie of mine? I said, what about Bob? And he, oh yeah, that was great, harassing Richard Dreyfuss. And then
both on and off camera.
Yes. So I left. Well, I'm still parked around back. There's like, at this point, 30, 40 autograph guys back there. And I just kind of blended in with them because I'm like, I'm just going to stand here. I'm just curious what happens. And I was talking to a couple people I recognized. Bill comes out like 15 minutes later. One hand he's got the gift bag, another hand he's got the Bible.
Wow.
I know you went to a lot of trouble to get me this. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Got in the car and left. And I was just standing there like,
God.
Who would have ever thought? And, I, of course, was calling all of my professional friends. I was like, you will not believe what just happened. And one of them was like, I just talked to one of the Atlanta guys. Holy cow. And I'm like, you never know. And that's why I'm a firm believer of whenever, rather know this side of heaven, I did what I could do, than to wait until it's too late. And he looked.
All right. What do you think? Looking through the chat here. Yeah, that'd be really cool if that was actually used to change Bill Murray. But check out that YouTube channel if you like. He does a lot of that. Meets up with different celebrities and hands them. He had one where he gives Tom Hanks a Bible. So yeah, check him out. Says every time you give into lust, you're sacrificing your kingdom authority on the altar of instant gratification. I really like that. That's a good one. It's a good way to look at it. It's a really great one to battle, of course, to finish up with, just be done with, if you're battling with it. Holy Spirit will help you, help me. Totally broke chains, man. Yeah. From years, earlier in life. But I love that. Every time you give into lust, it's not just on your own style. I mean, that's, outside of marriage is the general idea, of course. Says you're sacrificing your kingdom authority on the altar of instant gratification. Indeed. Asin, thank you so much. Very much. Says praying always for KJ and the chat family. Really appreciate that. Prayers for sure. Thank you. But very, very kind of you. All right. Is there a video? No. Okay, I'll just go and read this. Says most Christian men don't realize they're trading their spiritual power for 30 seconds of empty pleasure. David had his wife turned upside down because of lust. Samson lost his strength. Solomon's heart was led astray by it. If the most powerful men in the Bible could fall victim to it, so can you, or anyone can. Nowadays, most Christian men are losing the battle because they're fighting it wrong. Here's what I learned. You can't conquer lust by white-knuckling it. You never will. You conquer it by understanding what it actually is, a counterfeit for the intimacy your soul is craving. Paul wrote that sexual immorality is the only sin you commit against your own body. Every other sin happens outside of you, but lust corrupts the temple from within. It's not just about what you're doing to someone else, it's about what you're doing to yourself. For years, this person writes, I tried to overcome lust through shame, accountability apps, sheer willpower. All that did was create a cycle of failure and self-hatred. The harder I fought it, the stronger it seemed to get. Then I realized something. Resistance makes it stronger. When you resist, persists, it says. What you shame grows in the shadows. Everything that is done in the darkness will soon come to light. Luke 8:17. The breakthrough came when I stopped trying to destroy the desire and started redirecting it. Lust is just misdirected life force. It's creative energy that's looking for the wrong outlet. When I feel that now, that pull now, I don't shame myself for being human. I acknowledge it, then immediately redirect it, or I rebuke it, that energy toward God, toward my purpose, toward building something meaningful. Love it. That's good. Says, almost done, says, I'll drop and do push-ups or squats. I'll grab my Bible. I'll pray for my future wife. I'll channel it into creative work. I transmute the energy instead of suppressing it, because here's what the church doesn't tell you. That sexual energy is actually spiritual energy. It's the same force that creates life, builds businesses, writes songs, and changes the world. When you release that energy through giving into lustful feelings, you're not just slipping up. You're hemorrhaging the very energy you need to fulfill your calling. Every time you give in, you're trading your spiritual authority for a few seconds of empty pleasure. The enemy knows this. That's why he attacks men through lust more than anything else. Take away a man's sexual energy and you take away his creative force, his drive, his ability to build and lead. But when you learn to harness that energy, to redirect it toward your purpose and your relationship with the Lord, you become unstoppable. You start operating with the full power that the Lord made you to, or designed you to carry. It says, I understand this process is easier said than done, and it isn't about becoming perfect overnight. It's about changing your relationship with the desire itself. Stop seeing yourself as broken and start seeing yourself as powerful. Yeah, exactly. I love that. Yeah. You're more than powerful enough that the enemy has to use your greatest strength against you. You're not weak because you struggle with lust. You're actually strong. That's why it's such a target. Guard your energy, redirect your passion, channel your fire toward your calling. Your breakthrough is waiting on the other side of your discipline. So that's beautiful. That's August 8th, 2025 by Mace, M-A-S-E. There you go. I'm going to follow this Mace, see what happens. But I thought that was really well written. Well done, Mace. Off-limit zones everywhere in the Grand Canyon. What's going on?
Zones in the Grand Canyon, including drones. And there is a very important reason for that. If you ask Google why so much of the Grand Canyon's off limits, they'll give you a nice laundry list of generic answers. Cultural heritage sites, too dangerous for the general public, etc., etc. But it's not just on the ground that they restrict. So much of the Grand Canyon's off limits, including by air travel and specifically drones. Just look at this National Park Service map itself. All the pink areas and the blue areas are all off limits or restricted flight areas. And the yellow is restricted to anything below 18,000 feet. You see, if we had too many drones flying around, too many low-flying aircrafts, one of the reasons they got rid of airships as well, they would start having people ask way too many questions. The mining operations that clearly went on there, the ancient ruins that clearly are still there, melted and buried beneath the surface. Before heavily restricting the Grand Canyon, many articles like this from 1909 popped up. And many explorers like John Wesley Powell came forward saying they found Egyptian artifacts deep in the canyon. To protect the narrative, the parasites had to restrict access, much like many other great sites around the world. But with high-powered zoom on cameras becoming more and more of a thing, people are seeing glimpses of a past that they would like buried. Take a look at this video from some recent visitor of the Grand Canyon. Now this looks like, to me, clear as day, another one of those covered up and buried red brick archways. Of course, the government says for your safety, you can never go over to that area or even fly a drone into that area.
That's not
to
cool.
Get a closer look.
Man, that'd be cool.
Question everything, friends. Until next.
That'd be really cool. Flying a jump, so it's not an original idea. I'm sure clearly many other people have thought about this. I don't have a drone myself, but to be in that area, if you had one, how cool would that be to start exploring some of these openings, these caves, it looks like, or entrances. And then you've seen the big doorways they have out there. I've seen some videos. Actually, there was those people that were gliding through there. What are those things called? Those little like bicycle type kite things. I can't remember the term for it. But anyway, they're pretty cool. But there's a few people flying those. And you saw that entrance. It looked like to a temple, an old school temple. You guys remember that? This is fun. This is just a really weird, culture war type thing, I guess. It says liberal lib women are getting hairy armpit tattoos now because of men. So I guess to keep them away is the idea. But this is actually a thing, apparently, with some people. Just so, again, it's sad when I see this because this is a triple P. This person is so programmed, against men. She's so focused on this thing with men, that, doing stuff like that to herself, it's sad. So I see programmed people. I see triple P's. I see triple P's everywhere. Nothing says the mark more than an electric dot on the forehead. As the mark of the beast is approaching worldwide, you'll see more and more digital payment developments converging. The last battle for your soul is near. And look at this. I guess this is coming from Elon. The Grok token official pre-sale is now. And there we have it. Like straight up. Right on the forehead. It's pretty obvious. Choose Jesus if you haven't accepted that free gift of salvation. I hope you do. Best choice ever. Oh. 97% of the people did not know that Osama was actually a CIA agent in the 80s. What was I looking for here? Oh, this is another one of the liquid crystal things. Let's see. Try this. Yeah, here we go. Gotta turn it up here.
Human body is liquid crystal. There are CIA documents which reveal that. Radios use crystals to pick up frequencies and turn them into sound. Your body works the same way. Your pineal gland has crystalline structures that act like an antenna. Your body is a radio, tuning into the infinite stream of consciousness, the mind of God. We are all God in human form, experiencing life through the illusion of separation. God created the 3D world to experience himself instead of the oneness. You don't need to go to church to connect with God. You are God. The key is going within through breathwork, meditation, and inner awareness. Religion was made to externalize this truth to keep you away from your own divine power.
Oh boy, so some of that stuff. So a bit new agey, eh? Jesus is always the answer. It's the only answer. The world provides so many options, but it's all devilish. CIA declassified research. The human body is liquid crystal. Here's another one I want to save. There we go. Get some good ones. Some classics. These are all things I'm connecting to other things I've saved in these bookmarks. Produce products are now sold by each instead of LB, instead of pound. This is really, really wild. What do y'all think about this? Tell me if any of you have seen any of this. This is in Walmart, I believe. You know how usually when you're going through the fruit section, it'll be, $1 per pound or, $2.50 per pound, whatever it is, but they would usually measure it per pound, whatever it is they're selling. And then they have the scales there, so you have the plastic baggies, you put your fruit or your vegetables in there, weigh it out, you get an idea of the price, the whole thing. Not anymore. Looks like Walmart's really, Walmart's really being a stinker now. Like they're starting to put the screws on people. If this is all true, seems to be, but let's check it out. No more by the pound, but now it's each.
So have you guys noticed while shopping lately, a lot of the prices are each now? Like the peaches are 78 cents each. I'm going to just walk the area a little bit and show you guys some other prices. The oranges always been by each, but look at the oranges, 97 cents each. I think that price kind of went up. Let's keep walking and see what else they changed from pounds to each. We already looked at the peaches. Let me see. These are each nectarines. They're $1.14 each.
It's crazy. $1.14 for one nectarine.
Plums are also each now. $1.32 each. So when you guys are shopping, make sure you pay attention to the price, because a lot of items are each now. $1.14 each for this white nectarine. Long as I've been in retail, a lot of time the prices are by the pound and not by each. So that could be a little tricky, because you might think you're getting a sale and you might think, hey, I'm getting this for 78 cents a pound, price is going down. But really, you're paying 78 cents each. You're paying $1.14 each. You're paying $1.32 per plum each.
So screwed up.
So make sure y'all pay attention, okay? Let's look at these pears. The pears are still
still per pound, and they $2.18 per pound right now.
Wow.
I don't think the apples went up that much though. I think they pretty much priced. They went up a little bit, but not like, I would say even the pears and the items by each. Have a nice day. Bye.
All right, good stuff. Thanks for the report. The Citizen Reporter. Can't go wrong, I think. Well, you can go wrong, but we try not to on this show. Meanwhile, in England, it's a leaflet advising how to behave. Okay, so it says the British police are now going door to door warning British people looking to protest against the unwelcome visitors, and they're trying to tell them how they need to behave now. Wow. Man, pray for everybody out there in that country. They're pushing it, aren't they? Oh, sorry, I have to refresh. Refresh the page. Play it fresh.
Hello. Hello, mate. You right?
Yeah, what's up?
Absolutely nothing, so don't panic. It's just a very quick one. I appreciate you're at work, but Warwickshire have asked me to come round and just basically, it's a load of bollocks, mate, but it's about this protest tomorrow in Warwickshire.
Yeah.
And just saying, obviously, that they're aware that you might be wanting to attend that planned protest, and obviously that's absolutely fine. You've got freedom of speech, and that's no issues at all. And all they've asked me to do, mate, it sounds daft, so I apologise, and it's really woeful. It's not something I agree with, but I've been asked to do it. It's just to drop a leaflet about being involved in a protest. Actually, it sounds bad, but it is what it is.
Do me a favour. Take it back to them and
Yes,
write
mate.
back on it to them. Say, we will no longer be silent, and to fuck himself. From me, with love. Cheers. Thanks very much.
With love?
Yeah, with love, yeah. Because
Cheers, dude.
the silent majority of Britain will no longer stay silent. Tell them that. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Oh boy.
Nice one, Ash.
And there's your answer, officers. So there you go. There have been a lot of these, actually, though, these kinds of interactions of the police going door to door over social media issues, primarily. Like, I've seen a lot of those. I guess this is something a little different, but here we go. Another one of these Jezebel spirits, if you will, running loose. A substitute teacher, Allie Bardfield, pled guilty to doing naughty things with a one that is of 13 years. It was revealed when the child's mother noticed that he was acting odd, in quotes, after he spent the night at the teacher's home. And then she sent him $700. Whoa. And she paid the kid. What is this? She now faces up to 40 years in prison. Good, though. And the epidemic continues, as they write. It's sad, though, man. You get naughty things being whispered in your brains. And you don't even know it. And there's so much programming about youth. You know, it's always about the youth in movies and TV shows. And what people look like. What do they look like? Was she hot, man? You know? Says it's official. New York is actually moving ahead with opening up a homeless shelter exclusively for trans folks. So let's see how that plays out. It's not costing taxpayers $63 million as originally thought. It's costing them $63 million per year. Nice. Ba-dum-bum. I guess that's real. 3 6s. Makes sense. We'll see if that plays out. See if it works. Thousands evacuate as California fires are racing north of Los Angeles. So just that, unfortunately. More of those. Thanks, Truth Seekers. Much appreciated. Says, amazing show. Appreciate all your work. You helped me grow closer to Jesus. Man, that's one of the nicest, best things I could ever hear. Thank you so much. All glory to him, of course. Says, the love shared in the chat proves the unity of the body of Christ. I love that. It's true, man. I am so blessed. We are blessed, but I'm blessed to have all of y'all and all these years too. Thank you. But thanks. Good to see you. This was really interesting, and I have this saved somewhere else because I want to look more at these things. But 500-year-old petroglyphs resurfaced on a Hawaii beach. The 115-foot-long mural appeared in Oahu for the first time since 2016. And it's kind of hard to see the pictures. There you go. It's kind of a side view, but you can see some of them. But I thought that was interesting in these days we're in, and all the things are being revealed right now. The return of the ancient ones, the old ones, the giants. Perhaps a symbol of that, a sign of that. Was my thinking on this when I saw it. Too bad I can't get a better shot of it. But let's see if this is it. Whoa, got some faces on there too. Hi. It looks like Art the Clown at the top, doesn't it? That looks like Art the Clown, like we're looking straight at him. Because he has a long pointy nose, that black mouth like that with the white teeth, and the sunken black eyes like that. That's totally Art the Clown. Looks like it to me, if anybody knows who that is. From the Terrifier movies. Alright then, we'll go and move on. Art the Clown on the beach, washing up. I'm not recommending that for y'all unless you're like a total hardcore, crazy horror type person. Then yeah. Otherwise, stay away. It's really hardcore stuff. It says it's true that proof the reason veterinarian bills for your pets have skyrocketed recently is because private equity firms have been buying up all the clinics. Did y'all know this? Not cool. Let me know if you've noticed any prices jumping up at your vet clinics.
If you're a pet owner, you've probably been noticing that you're...
Crap, they have music.
...on the spot. Now, that didn't even include the surgery that she might need, which would cost...
That's not cool. All right, I'll do this. I mean, I believe her. All right, we'll just go move on from this. If you want to see it, actually, I'll just read some. How's that? This is transcribed anyway. So, it says massive corporations and private equity firms have been taking over vet care at an alarming rate, owning up to 50% of clinics and up to 75% of emergency hospitals. They're also snapping up pet insurance companies and even pet food brands. If you're a pet owner, you've probably been noticing that your vet pills and bills have become more and more expensive over the years, but it's even worse than you might think. The cost of vet care has gone up by 60%. The veterinary industry is a blanking racket. Animal health care is a blanking scam. It says, when I started looking into it, I found endless complaints of vet bills through the roof, unexpected charges, people feeling like they had no choice but to pay up. Vet medicine is the gold rush of 2024. I call it the rise of big vets. These massive private equity firms are buying up vet clinics in the hundreds all across the United States. It says we talked to veterinarians and journalists to find out exactly why your vet bill has gotten so high. As private equity firms buy up even more clinics and expand into other pet services, just last year, private equity company Blackstone, oh boy, the Cube, purchased Rover. It's an online pet sitting and dog walking company, and Jap Consumer Partners is buying up pet insurance. All the evidence in this video, prices are expected to keep rising as private equity firms take over what's left of the vet care industry. That's such a shame. So, support those mom and pa vet spots. There's a little cat place, 2.5 miles, from where I'm at. I've only been there once, but I know it's there. They're still there, so it's nice to know. But it's little local run joint. Those are the kind of places we try to support the local folk, right? So there we go. It's like those private equity firms, they're like tentacles with a lot of money, and they just kind of swallow everything up. Check this out. Would this be fun to play with, do you think? Pretty cool, right? I mean, it's all water, but that could be fun. Toys just keep getting more and more advanced these days.
When somebody disrespects you, says something that's disrespectful, a true power move is not in saying something real quick or catty and smart aleck and having that zinger because it's going to have an empty taste. The power comes in being silent. And you can let their words just hang. They say something ugly to you and you just choose to say nothing for 8 to 10 seconds. But then they feel kind of silly because what they were hoping for was that dopamine. They were looking for that strike back. They were looking for you to engage in it. And when you don't, but then you just don't make it all that fun. Then they realize they're the bad person. Now they're the one probably that's going to be first to apologize, if they're somebody even worth being in your life at all. When somebody disrespects you, says something that's disrespectful, the true power move is not in saying something real quick or catty and smart aleck and having that zinger because it's going to have an empty taste.
I think that's pretty good advice. What do you think about that?
Listen to what this Native American has to say about Jesus.
I didn't want to hear nothing about Jesus. Matter of fact, I got so radical that I would tell all my Native American brothers that Jesus Christ wasn't for the natives. And so I did that for about 12 years. And so finally I just said to the Lord, I said, well, actually it wasn't to the Lord. It was to the one that we pray to in the native religion. We call him grandfather. And I remember I said, so if you will put me on the path that you want me on, then I will lead it to the best of my ability. And for the first time in my life, I heard the voice of God. And what he said was, do you really believe in me? If you really believed in me, you'd believe in Jesus, because I am Jesus.
Listen to what this Native American
Love
has
it.
to say.
Good stuff. Good stuff. It's a good channel, too.
We are living almost in the Truman Show. If you start trying to get out, you get canceled. It's bizarre. Truman starts to see cracks. He walks randomly into a building that he never goes into one day. It's just a break room for all the actors in the Truman Show. And he sees through the set, which is like someone in our life realizing that marketing and advertising and all this kind of stuff is ruining us. It's building a prison that we can't see, just like in the Truman Show. He starts questioning reality. And the moment he does that, everyone around him steps in to say, whoa, 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 man, you need to come back here, stay here, you need to stay here. Which is what do our friends do when we start going hey, I don't want to do that, I don't want to participate in that. It's very eerily similar. The director of the Truman Show in the movie is willing to put him through all this turmoil to try to keep him in this little world they built for him. And Truman is willing to die for the truth. And if you're in the business of finding truth and your price isn't your life, your version of truth is for sale.
Wow, that's good stuff. It's deep. Says Mark the Beginning, I guess, is his handle. Good stuff, sir.
You know how to put it in four-wheel drive?
I thought this was a nice interaction. Just want to share this one.
Is it a rental? No, it's mine. Oh, it's yours? Here, well, then let me teach you. You got to know how to do it. All right, so put it in neutral. Okay. Okay. And then now pull that lever down. Will it come? Is that okay? Cool. Now go over. Well, this. So for high, you can use when you're just kind of doing stuff that's not that bad. But when you're out on this super soft stuff, you want to pull it over and then pull it down the way it shows on the diagram, nice and hard. It'll go all the way down into 4 low. Okay. Down more. That's neutral. You got to go more. There you go. Now you're in 4 low. So now put it in drive. And now go ahead and try and turn your wheel that way and straighten it out that way. Now go ahead, give it a little gas. There you go. Now when you leave, put it back in neutral and put it back in 2-wheel drive. Yep, have a great day. You know how to put it in 4-wheel drive?
Isn't it cool? Sometimes in just this crazy inverted world, it's nice to see just decent human interaction. No attitude, just being cool. I like that. This is pretty weird. Stressed adults... Now there's a new thing. Stressed adults rely on pacifiers to soothe themselves. Says, I feel a sense of safety from childhood. I always think these are some kind of thing that's being pushed, from naughty agencies. It says, when the going gets tough, the tough pop in a pacifier, ? That's the surprising stress-busting move thousands of young adults in China are making, swapping melatonin and meditation for an adult-sized binky. Once a niche quirk, the silicone soothers, that's a great name for a band, I love it, the silicone soothers, The silicone soothers are supposedly now big business on Chinese e-commerce giants like Taobao and JD.com, where they're priced anywhere from a budget-friendly $40 to $70. Whoa. They're sold as sleep aids, stress relievers, even smoking cessation tools, and shoppers are gobbling them up. Some online sellers move thousands each month, according to the South China Morning Post, and the fans aren't shy about it. It says, when I'm under pressure at work, I feel a sense of safety from childhood, one Chinese buyer said, but not everyone's clapping for the comeback kid of the baby aisle. There it is. Gaga, goo goo. Jim, we really need you for this meeting. Gaga, goo goo. Dr. Tang Kalman, a dentist in Sichuan, warned SCMP that if you sleep with a pacifier in your mouth, it can interfere with breathing. All right, so the whole thing there with pacifiers. Says, I just use an adult pacifier. It hasn't moved my teeth. Been using them for 4 years. Somebody said, oh boy. All right, so we get it. A lot of that's going on. Dad, I think somebody's trying to get into the house. Gaga. Dad, I'm being serious. I think someone's trying to get it. Gaga, goo goo. This is really wild. I hadn't heard about this. I don't know if this is real or fake. It's got Lakeith Stanfield and Zendaya, but it looks like they're bringing back the X-Files, but they do the race swapping thing once again. It's like, wowzers, guys. You know? Spend the money and all that and like create all new series with a whole black cast, you know, a whole new whatever, man. There's great writers out there, amazing writers, you know, but they don't, you know, they keep doing stuff like this. So let's refresh this real quick.
Now, I want these people to know that got selected to be in this X-Files movie as a black Scully and Mulder. I want you to know that whoever decided to place you in this role set you up. They set you up for failure because don't nobody want to see no damn black Scully and Mulder. It don't make no damn sense. All across the world, black people don't mess with alien, scary, spooky things. And so all of a sudden, you gonna come out and now you a black Scully and Mulder? That don't make no damn sense. You gonna fail. Yeah. They set you up for failure. Nah.
This is Dark Waters channel, The Real Dark Waters. He's fun, I think. Catches a lot of interesting things. Here's another little doom break for us, man. This is just so awesome right here. Meet Petunia. This is Petunia, a little pet beaver, baby beaver.
Alexa, add to my to-do list. Create a sign for triage.
Look at that face. It's got a natural smile. Chubbs has a little natural smile. But I don't know, man. That's super cute. Little fingers. Fancy little nails. Just, you want to give it a squeeze, don't you? You just want to go give it a little hug. Probably pick it up and carry it around for a while, actually. Yeah, pick it up, grab it, give it a hug, pick it up, and just walk around, you know? Hanging on to it, petting it. Yeah. Very nice. Anybody ever had a pet beaver like that? Please let us know. Or pet squirrels. It says, imagine the elites controlling a fleet of drones via AI. And it says, I think the movie Oblivion reveals how powerful of a weapon that could become. Way more than a atomic, you know. The scenario scares the crap out of this person, it says, because Skynet is born. Apparently this says the world's leading drone delivery company, Zipline, is using autonomous charging stations to power its fleet. Now this really is like something out of the movies. Look at this. That is really creepy. To me, that's creepy. Like I said, knowing we're at the end of the world, there's 7 years once it really starts. We know when it starts. I mean, we don't know when, but we'll know. And just knowing that everything we're seeing with technology advancing and all this, that the Bible's are filled with spoilers and already told us what's coming. So we know that'll be used against people, against the people. who don't want to be part of that system, who don't want to give in. Britain censoring shopkeeper now to protect criminals' feelings. A UK shopkeeper has been ordered to remove a sign calling shoplifters, quote, scumbags, with officials claiming it's offensive to criminals. It's the latest flashpoint under Britain's 2025 Speech and Expression Act and online safety enforcement rules. Man, not cool. Which critics say have turned offense, in quotes, into a legal weapon. And that's in the Bible, too, about the end times. People will be easily offended. Many will be offended. Free speech advocates warn that these laws now punish plain talk while shielding offenders from hurt feelings. There you go. It's insanity. It is. It really is. It's all, to me, it's always devilish when I see that. It's the devil at work. Let's see. Oh, and now it says here that British children are being forced to write Valentine's Day cards to Islamic migrants, legal and illegal, in quotes, or in parentheses. 5-year-old girls forced to write love notes to stanny men. All right. It's an inverted world, man. It says, what are the chances, and we'll just let this play here, but take a look below. It says, what are the chances? Okay, so this person's researching PBS executives, which led her to an attorney, which led them to judges. It says, take a peek. Is there really this many ugly lady judges, or is the entire judicial system under the control of, well, you know, like perhaps there's something else happening here. But I'll just let it play out. They're playing AC/DC on this. Take a little drink of my ice water, if I will. Thanks again for being here, guys. Glad to have you. Still got a ways to go, man, so thanks. Good to see you, man. Always great to hang out with you live. Whoa. That's Mary. That was Mary. This is Jill. Whoa. Whoa. I don't know. Whoa. What's up, bruh? So I think you're getting the idea. Right. These are all the judges. Not all, but it's a lot. Definitely sharing a lot. This person did their research, didn't they? All right, there we go. So you decide. All right, I'm going to jump over here now. And we're going to go through some videos on YouTube. The Canadian, we already know about that. What's happening in Canada with the wildfires. LA, also it's in LA, rapidly spreading, prompting thousands of evacuations in California. All right, actually we know. I'll move on from Wion, W-I-O-N. Wildfires force closure of key Turkish shipping routes. So even in Turkey is the point, you know, so they're these wildfires, right? It's all over the place. In France wildfires, drone video shows destruction from country's largest wildfire in 80 years. Look at that. So we just saw, just for the several examples I showed you, this is all over the world. There's these wildfires, you know, and then there's floods. So these are just many of those signs of the times, birth pangs, all that. So please, if you haven't accepted that free gift of salvation from Jesus, please do. That's what all this is about. Prophecy is really playing out. You're living in it. It's amazing. All right. Wow, look at that. Well, it's nice to see there's a lot still standing there, at least, in the background. And then that's just char. Large portions of it, just char. There we go, man. So yeah, it's all over the world. It's crazy weather events. Another little fun little doom break. This one is really crazy. It's AI. It says these babies got something to say, but as you can see, it's all AI stuff, but it's actually pretty funny. So check it out. I thought it's pretty funny.
You look like your mom or your dad?
Neither. I look like money.
What's something parents need to stop doing?
Don't keep passing me to everybody at the party. I don't know them damn people.
What's a red flag you had to deal with?
My mama put her cable bill in my name. I don't even know my ABCs yet.
What's a red flag in your parents?
They had the nerve to have me and be broke. I'm talking straight bums.
What's a violation you still mad about?
They hit me with hella shots and didn't even ask me first. They violated my civil rights.
What's a parenting red flag you already peeped?
They got oxtails on their plate and got me drinking Similac.
That's out of pocket. Who you beefing with right now?
My cousin Kalo. Took my fruit snacks, lied about it, now we not cool.
Right? I mean, it's just so weird. It's kind of funny, but just, definitely eerie. That's on Uncle Butch YouTube channel, if you want to go check them out. Some more of those. We got a few from Mavi UFO Alarm I wanted to share with you. Some cool sightings. Where am I at? Oh, yeah. The old ghost lights are back. Right? It's like so easy to do that. Just again, considering satellites or some kind of technology like that, and flip a couple levers, put a bunch of them out there. We've seen a bunch of those up there together. Oh, here's the one I was trying to find. Oh, this is kind of cool too, though. Look at this. Looks like it's got a tail. Alright, I'll move on. This one is the one. Check this out. I think we saw that earlier, didn't we? We did. But now it's a good close-up of it. No, we saw a different one. It was kind of in that shape, remember? It was over on X. Twitter X. This one's golden, it looks like. Almost like a serpent. Maybe. Shape. What do you think? Like a coiled serpent? What if it's not about the orange, the bright orange, but if you focus on more the reddish stuff, those two things, those look like serpent heads. The one on the left looks like a red serpent head, and the one on the right looks like a serpent head coming down, to me. Whoa, what if that's supposed to be the golden egg? I don't know, but do you see what I see? Looks like a serpent head and a serpent head. Coiled, like one head right above the other one. Alright, we'll go ahead and play a little bit of it again. Like they're holding on to the golden egg. That'd be weird. Because I've got a whole folder on golden egg stuff. There's been a lot of weird golden egg symbolism I've been seeing. Alright, something to think about. Thanks, Mavi, UFO Alarm. You did good. As always. I already thumbed that up. Alright, I'll get us to the next one. Oh yeah, this one's cool. It made me think of crop circles. I've been seeing so many crop circles lately popping up. And yeah, of course, some of them can be fake, but most of them can't really be explained. And just in the quickness and when they come up and all that stuff. So, and there's a famous video out there you can find. It's got, I think, 2 orbs floating above a crop, and you can see the formation of the circle underneath them. It's one of the best. Well, actually, there's 2 that are like that, but they show something similar. It's definitely some of the best evidence of that. So anyway, all right, let's check out some of this here. It's got the music on it. I guess I'm having a hard time holding that steady, but look how low that is. It's just floating right above the corn stalks. Thanks, JB. Appreciate it, man. Yes. I intend on it. We've got 4 hours in now. Still over 900 awesome, cool, amazing, interesting, critically thinking people. Thank you guys so much. Good to have you here. I mean it. But look how low that is. And it looks pretty close, too. All right, we'll go ahead and... It looks like he tries to get a little closer. There's a zoom. Still hard to kind of make out what it is. It's shaking so much. But still, very interesting. Oh, yeah. The old ghost lights again, I believe. Maybe they got this kind of a capability about them. China. You know, like they'll put on a show. Choreographed, sometimes synchronized. This stuff just trips people out, you know. If they're not thinking about it, if they're not thinking about the old beam in the sky, magical beam in the sky from Dark Projects, right? All right, let's see what else we got here. This is weird. Look at this one. It's like looks like a huge white orb, but it's really low. It's just above that tree. It's a big one. I'm guessing that's what it is. All right, I think that was it on this one. Yeah, I think that's it. On to the next. I got a couple of these from Mavi UFO Alarm. This isn't really cool looking. Look at this. Look at this sphere they saw up here in the clouds. This is from Mexico, August 3rd, 2025. Let's check it out. And away we go. Oh, wait. Looks like it's up... Like on the mountain? Yeah, it looks like it's on the mountain. Look at that. That's crazy. Right in that little window. The clouds are about to swallow it up. There it goes. Time to drive up the mountain. That'd be a long drive. That's really far away. So that ball, that orb's really big. Really big. It's right there. They're zoomed in. Look at that thing. It's weird. It looks kind of like one of the those metal orbs that they got down in Mexico, right? Jaime Maussan. They got their hands on it. It seems to be the real deal. It's got, I showed you guys here on one of the shows. It's got odd inscriptions on it. Pyramid of sun symbol also. Not surprised, but that looks like, to me, that looks like a really, just, you know, it's far away, but just a really big version of one of those things. Real big. Look at that. Now it gets swallowed up. Wait. He got a real good close up. Yeah, look. See what I mean? Looks like a big metal ball. To me. What do you see? Now it looks like something's going on. It's charging up. I don't know what that is. It's starting to glow. And there you go. All right. It's a good one, right? If you like those kind of videos, go to Mavi UFO Alarm on YouTube. And let's see what we got last here with Mavi. Let's see. There it is. All right. One more for the ghost lights here. This time we're in California, August 1st, 2025.
What the hell is going off?
This is what one of the things they do, right? Just somebody with a joystick, some office somewhere, turning on whichever ones they want to turn on, shoot the beam down, do a little dance, make, hey, it looks like light piano keys. They're trying to communicate with us. Whatever. Whatever they want to do. But they've been doing it for years. We've been tracking it. Mavi's done so good on collecting a lot of these throughout the years too, of that particular kind of UFO sighting, those lights, blue beam, getting people ready. This is the last, I think. All right, this is cool. This is a really interesting one. Check this first one out here. This is in China, August 1st, 2025. It's not that far off the ground, which is one of the weirdest things. Look at that. What do you think? Almost looks like a doorway, like a light doorway. Or some weird light platform. What do you think? If it came down, would you try to jump on it and take a ride or not? That's the real question. Here it gets a little closer. I think that'd be it. Yeah, that's it. All right, cool. Just wanted to share that, and we'll move on. Thanks again, Mavi UFO Alarm. You did a great job. I appreciate you, even though I don't know you. Just in says OpenAI's tools to be deployed across U.S. federal government. So AI again, just spreading more and more, infiltrating. Trump threatens federal takeover of D.C. if Capitol doesn't get its act together. So there we go, talking about federalizing the coppers. DNI Tulsi Gabbard has revoked the security clearances of the Camel Harris, Hillary Clinton, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and that's just the beginning. Says she's also pulled clearances from John Brennan, James Clapper, Susan Rice, Jake Sullivan, man, a whole list. Eric Swalwell, Peter Stork, nice to see. Lisa Page, Fiona Hill. Says Tulsi Gabbard's doing what no one else would dare to do, finally shutting the door on the corrupt old guard who treated American intelligence like a private political weapon. Nice to see. There you go. There she is. Says, welcome to Zelensky's Ukraine. A woman and her child abandoned as their husband is forcefully taken away. Says, sad knowing that child would probably grow up without a dad. So, point is, unfortunately, that kind of thing is still happening out there, and a lot of innocent people being pulled into the mix. I shared this last night's show, if you remember. Scientists 3D print a tiny elephant inside of a human cell. Look at this. This is one of the weirdest things. It says, yes, you read that right. Using high-precision lasers, researchers have 3D printed one of the tiniest elephants ever inside of a living human cell. It says this isn't just a science flex. The elephant marks a major breakthrough in nanoscale 3D printing. Scientists can now create detailed microstructures directly within cells, potentially unlocking future tools for medicine, drug delivery, or bioengineering. All this sounds like right in line for the big one, the Marky Mark. It's one of the first times complex shapes have been printed inside living cells without taking their lives. Source Science News. So that's really incredible. Look at that on the right. That is just like, and the left. Look at these. Talk about screwing around, playing God, right? All that. So creepy. Wow. What else can they do, right? That's the question. Sure, the world will find out soon enough. British legacy media are coming after X again, blaming social media app for all the riots in Britain last year. Says Elon Musk's X played central role in stoking the racist riots. Damning report finds. All right, we know. It's more that government, it's like that world, we're starting to see that world system come in, right? That whole idea, world court eventually, all for the one world system. Getting a tattoo of a grown man because he's good at a game may be the grayest thing this person has ever seen, or spiciest, some might say. But it's true, at least, what do you think? Some people say it's true. Some people may have your sports heroes tattooed on you. I don't know. Let us know. We all make mistakes. Happens. Says, looked like they realized that the fires are not from, quote, climate change, quote. When the conditions are right, the bad actors deliberately starting these fires when they started charging piles of people. The fake news panicked when the narrative fell apart, it says. So I guess they just are kind of connecting the dots in some of these stories. Quebec man pleads guilty, setting 14 of these. Trudeau claimed it was a climate change, of course. So there's some of that. Canada. Oh boy, somebody removed their post. Why? What happened? Says, oh yeah, there's another South Park thing. They doubled down on the Trump admin roasts, I guess, again on their second episode, as I mentioned. When it gets too political, it's just too much to me. Either way, right? Either way, it's like that's just me. Whatever. Says Jeff Evely got a $28,872 fine for going into the woods in Nova Scotia. And there it is. So I guess it's really on. It says, here's the full video. All right, let's check this out. I guess it's really on? Whoa. They ain't taking no time.
Hey everybody, Jeff Evely here, out in Nova Scotia on Mountain Road in Coxheath. And as you can see behind me, this is the woods. But over here, this is not the woods. This is the Department of Natural Resources, where the conservation officers work, who issue $25,000 fines for going in the woods.
Not bad. I'm Jeff Evely. I called earlier.
Say Evely?
Yeah, Evely. I spoke to somebody earlier.
Yeah.
About the woods ban.
Yep.
And I understand that you guys issue $25,000 fines right now for anybody who goes in.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to go in the woods over here.
Okay.
I don't want to make any trouble for you guys. Okay, I took this to court the last time they did it. They said I didn't have standing because I wasn't fined, so there was no money involved.
Okay.
So I want to challenge this order in court, and the only way for me to do that is to get the fine. So I'm not trying to make trouble for you guys. Okay, I just want a piece of Tim Houston. And I want to be as accommodating and nice as I can be. I'm just going to...
Okay, so I'm ordering you to not.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I understand.
That's another...
Roger that.
I'm doubling fines right now.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right.
So he has to be in the woods.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a violation yet, so.
Well, they're very nearby. I thought instead of crossing the road, I would just go in the back here, just for safety purposes. And, we can do it like that. Does somebody want to follow me out there? Or, yeah, it would be good to do a witness. And if it's okay with you, I would like to record a video. If you don't want to be on camera, I can keep you off it, but I think that it's in the interest of justice that we provide a fulsome record for the court because of the precedent-centered nature of this case. So I can keep you off camera, keep your name out of it, all that stuff.
whatever works for you, but,
We'll be in court, so
yep, we'll be in court, so we might as well have a fulsome record, right?
we have to go in the woods.
Yes.
2 steps.
Sure, you want to show me where the woods is, out back here?
The woods
Or
is
right
still
wherever you
back.
want.
We still have to suggest that we don't.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just ordered me. He said he's gonna double my fine.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna defy that order, nothing personal.
Okay, so whatever happens after you leave here.
Yeah.
we'll-
Nothing personal.
we
Okay.
we got that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, one more time, this is the DNR office on Mountain Road in Coxheath, Nova Scotia, and this is not the woods. But back here, this is the woods. So, I have a couple of conservation officers with me right now who are not on camera but have advised me that if I go into the woods, if I defy their orders to go into the woods, then I will be fined, and they also said that they would double my fine to $50,000. So I'm going to walk down here and go into these woods. I don't know that there's a good spot to do this, but I'm just going to make this as painless as I can for those guys and go in here. And they...
All right, I'm not really sure exactly what's happening at this point, but we'll go ahead and move on. That was the full video, I guess, of the incident. Started getting kind of weird, I thought. Anyway, new broccoli pill could make you age backwards. Scientists tested a natural supplement called the cell system, and guess what? People actually started aging backwards, at least a little. In a year-long trial, folks who took it got stronger, slimmer, and had DNA changes linked to better stress control and brain power. Basically, vitamins, plants, and antioxidants working overtime. No control group, though, so it's a little, quote, trust me, bro, science for now. But early signs say it might help you stay jacked and sharp longer. So there you go. And then this first one's like, okay, or hear me out. You could just eat broccoli, and exclamation points. Yes. Good point, which brings us to the last video. Thanks again, you guys, for hanging so long. Still have an awesome crowd. Last story, UFO whistleblower reveals the 4 types of aliens the U.S. government knows about. Dr. Eric Davis, known for his work on top-secret Pentagon projects, stunned listeners by referencing alleged alien species, gray Nordics, insectoids, and reptilians. So there you go. From the Daily Mail. And I will end it there. Guys, thanks, like I said, again. Tamara, thank you. Here comes Chubbs. What's up, Chubbs? He hears me talking. What's up? Hi. You want to say hi? All right, maybe not. Good to see you guys. Thanks again, man. I appreciate it. We got 4:18, 4 hours and 18 minutes, so that ain't too bad. Not bad at all. So as you know, or maybe you don't, at the end of my shows, I always like to share a little bit about salvation, reminding you I'm not a preacher, pastor, priest, or prophet, nothing like that, but I love Jesus. I want to share my platform with him since he provides all, for us. So it's the least I can do. And plus, I just know how important it is. That's what it's all about. Finding Jesus, choosing Jesus, confessing with your mouth, believing in your heart, knowing his story is true. He's the creator, came here in the flesh, lived a perfect life, died a brutal death, resurrected after 3 days after being buried, ascended to heaven, and he's coming back for his bride very soon. So believe it. That brutal sacrifice, that sacred blood covers your sins, our sins, past, present, and future. It blots it out right there. So important to choose him, because we all have to stand before the Lord, the Creator God, and every knee will bow, every tongue will confess, and it's going to happen. And we're really living in the end times, man. So I've been tracking it for years. Other people do too. It's just super important. So please choose him. Okay. All right. Thank you. You heard me out. I'm going to say a prayer too here. Heavenly Father, thank you so much just for being with us during these crazy times. Thanks for the peace that the Holy Spirit provides for all of us to be able to go through all this kind of information and see these things and not be in fear, to keep it all in proper perspective. So thank you for that. Thanks for the platforms, for the wonderful family in Christ we have here around the live shows. Really, super huge blessing. And please protect all of us too. Please protect the chat, protect the people. Thank you so much. Help all the people, all those who ask for prayer. Those we remember, those we forget, but just please help them all. Anybody asking, I know some people are suffering financially and with their health and relationships. And there's all kinds of things happening, and there's crazy energy and attacks, and we understand this. So thanks for keeping us strong. Remind us, help us through the Holy Spirit to be reminded that we're warriors through you, and we have gifts through the Holy Spirit that we can use. Just have to have the faith and belief and trust, so thank you. And that's about it, Father, on that. We all love you, and in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, cool then. I'm going to go ahead and jump over here to the chat for a moment and remind you that we have got another show coming up in just 2 days. It's going to be Monday over on Rumble under KJ Osborne with a Z, 2 p.m. Central Standard. I'll post a reminder over on YouTube, of course, in the community section or post section in case, and a link. And that's that, man. So yeah, again, check out the new video. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, JB. Much love, y'all, from Mountain Home, Arkansas. Love it. So spread the prayer. Yes. What? You guys hear him? What? Huh? What? What's up? He's got that grumble. What's up, Cook's mom? Thank you. Says, appreciate your hard work in the fellowship. Acts 16:31. Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and you will be saved, you and your household. Love it. Thank you. Great one. Oh, yeah, I don't think I read a scripture, did I? Darn, that's what I usually mean to do. I'm sorry. But thank you for that. You got my back. So, yeah, once again, please check out my brand new video. It's available on all my platforms. You can find the links below. Thanks to my Rumble Wells and Subscribestar family for keeping me ended. I'm independently funded by the people. So thanks for all the blessings, through PayPal, P.O. Box, whatever it may be. Just thank you. You guys are amazing. Appreciate it. I could use the support, so please check the links below. Support if you're led to, if you're able to only. Thank you for that. Thanks for those that left the great messages and donated today too. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. All right. Okay, so Monday, Rumble, 2 p.m. Central Standard. All right, KJ Osborne channel. And then later this week, for sure, a show next Friday. I'm thinking it'll be a call-in show. So let's get that in our heads. And if you never called in but wanted to talk about whatever you want, please do. Please do. Okay, don't be shy. It'll be great. Okay, I promise. All right, love you guys, man. Thanks again, Tamara. Thanks again, everybody. Y'all have a good one. Have a great night, and I'll see you in a couple days. All right, take care.